us who desire to have good name, you need to serve humanity. Now, the suggestion that I'm going to offer is this: live and work for the good of people. Live and work for the good of people. Maybe I should turn here and look at the face of my parliamentarians. You are making democracy too expensive. Yeah. The monetization of what we call democracy is dangerous. Soon, we are not going to have good leaders because we will need people who have cash, and it doesn't matter where they got the money from. They will win the constituency election. Now, this thing is dangerous. If we think that we cannot follow this American democracy, please let us stop it. Let us design something that will help this nation. It is dangerous, and I'm even afraid of the future. I'm afraid of the future. How can you deceive people just by buying cutlass for them? And you pride yourself in it. I pray that God will save this land. God will save this land. Because many of us are poor. Instead of investing into them, you deceive them with lanterns and cutlasses. May God have mercy upon us. See, when you do this, the day you are no longer the constituency leader, nobody cares about you. Now we should all critically examine the cause we live for and the price we are willing to pay to achieve it. Now, why are you in politics? Why are you a pastor? Why are you a teacher? Why are you a lawyer? Why are you a chief? What is your motivation? Is it money? Is it power? Is it fame? I'll take my last test and then I'll call it a day. Esther chapter 10. I'll read verse 3. Now I want to pray. Brothers and sisters in the Lord, the one who has blessed you, his name is Jesus. He is your Messiah. The one who has promised never to leave you nor forsake you. He has given you peace. He has given you grace. I pray that his hand will be upon you. That favor that will open doors for you should come and rest upon your life. In the name of Jesus, let his hand be upon your life. That great hand of his, that gracious hand that was upon Ezra, that gracious hand that was upon Nehemiah, that they could start and finish. Let that same hand come upon your life. In the name of Jesus, let that same hand come upon your business. In the name of Jesus, let that same hand come upon your family. In the name of Jesus, let that same hand He grant you marriage in the year 2025. Let that same hand cause your womb to be fruitful. In the name of Jesus, that same hand may it deliver you from sicknesses, from pain, and from harm. In the name of Jesus. Now may the Lord bless you. May the Almighty keep you. May his face shine upon you and be gracious unto you. In the name of Jesus. We have blessed you tonight, and you are blessed. God bless you.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
The CIMT Radio Program of the Year. Ekosiisen. Are you ready? You are listening to the CIMT Radio Program of the Year. Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
The winner, Radio Program of the Year 2018, I beg your pardon, Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Let me come, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's now do the 27th award for the night's radio program of the year 2020. The sponsor is the Ghana Journalists Association. Let's welcome the presenter of the award, none other, yours and mine, Mr. Athel Morning, the national president of the GJA. Please, a round of applause. The winner goes home with a memento, citation, and certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, the radio program of the year 2020 goes to Asempa FM Ekosiisen. Well, the host, I don't know who he has not interviewed yet. Congratulations to all of you, the entire team at Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Congratulations to you for emerging the radio program of the year 2020. Let's do the radio program of the year 2023. The sponsor of this award is the Ghana Journalists Association, GJA. What radio program do you listen to? Is it the radio program of the year 2023? Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Ekosiisen, On Asempa FM.
And that's the radio program of the year 2023, Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Well, I know that Asempa has gained a lot of experience. Asempa is one of the, not the forerunners, but in terms of coverage and listenership, you stand tall. The new FM stations that are coming into the arena are not calling on you to exit, them to survive. Is that what is happening? No. They are learning from you. They are learning under your feet. They are also trying as much as possible to find space. And, there's enough in the world for everybody. There's enough in the world for everybody. And so I think that those who are coming up, we definitely will encourage the injection of new blood. But you cannot also totally do away with the experience.
It's always a pleasure coming to Asempa where the truth is spoken.
I mean, sure.
Obi,
yes.
I mean, your platform is a cherished platform. MPP, NDC,
yes.
They come here,
yes.
You ask the relevant questions, issues are discussed. And I think that is the image you also have as a host. And keep it up. Keep it up. But don't run away from the court. Please practice your law.
Marty, I will do that.
Practice your law.
I have started.
Obi, consistently practice your law.
Marty.
You can combine, you can multitask.
Sure.
Do your journalism, do your media work, but practice your law. And your law will not depart from you.
I thank you, Syria. I thank you. Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM. Chairman Kujo. Na said why you say over half yafe. Oh. And I say 6 months.
Na that's if you idea. And now with my power you near the say brand no ya pejam.
Yeah.
Because na to na me show picture bi na me share time about for say time I will take you over from me amini aba ekwabo ache na you new free more be take you over so be here kakra nsa na over
sure
and now over back as me do nkomo me no boss ejelabi
okay
ECG that time now water crowd na say nkomo di mu na say now way option no but all the option now the buy no be page brand no in the highest special place they say obi brand na kwa you be to say say no obie ni di akire president person kasa no ba afafranto person kasa no ba orajo mahama person kasa no ba ndc for person be twa kontompo kra no de abefa ha because obi brand no emu ayedin and now what the best producers and almost to akire na je say onim
omototo ne ma
anyama na omototo no say kojo chikata omubi eti je say otechire sa na eto da bia no wan ko hu kwasitwuma mo na nka bia mo wa say abusumi nsia first na na nka ne wada kra na himrachi ye frɛ They say you be my brand in my head. They say the best producers in the world. Ewa. And at the end they say kill na medicinal. Anything na who be abushimi sell. Kill na ya tintin. Now we just go to my Daruma no wake be my CEO, executive chairman. As a producer say change your margin. Oh. Can you crack out me? Oh, I say. In the end of Saturday, I grow near any phrase you near the brand and Ama. I say, Bonsu, you do baby, do you say a canopy? And by a bamau. Only means share Momna, move in Namity. Would you media would Namity? And Maya used to. Yeah, your line of questioning. Send I was 100 program. I think say a bit me flow together. Medase. Oh, okay. Now, Ucho, no, I say, Abroche for any chain. Monya Savin in the oh, meaning, sir. You know, who's the name who said Abroche for oh, some say, my list of 20 people I text him so much. Maybe I'm Papa TSCA, Mr. Nicholas can come. Or Worcester, okay, Massachusetts, or TSCA, I can say. What I say? Or never watch it, Otie, or never see you, Otie, Kwabla from Paul, Otie. Bafo Jemfi Otie Steve Go can come Otie Wheezy Otie met me sisi we cry o mo ten individually o mo ete machine chi so hwe ni YouTuber eye kwakuo nipa bebre untimi nkai that's a magidin o ema Dr. Edward Omanebo ama akwaba doc boko de obi nyame adom yeah. Fantastic. Congratulations on your new appointment.
Thank you very much. Yeah. But Obo Humadi, so Obo Humadi, I mean, I say Ekosiisen yeah, apart from me on air, Mamintonga. But I'm fine. Check it. What if we sure? At you so it I say. Obi enye bia na bisa o say den de koso o kasa bebre. Enti the past few days insurance and oh doctor you see former president Mahama say insurance enye juma then e koso obi from si munya Budgetary everything is cool. Obi munche na Thursday dura. Same was same Michelle will be a catcher. And say why you say Elisha oh Michelle now be say doctor be okay I'm see be fine. But say me draw some power obi me means say me go because you don't have to speak every and anywhere. Is the lesson. Yeah. Now sometimes Asempa nyabote kakra. If the forum can provide you with solutions, it is enough to speak. Yeah. And to be my band and Elisha na Meshia. Elisha, Obeshia Elisha. Makwana, Ngobose we would be banana shoko and Befaso. Now what you Makasasa, may my chance were done networks, but network mu Yasantoa Asempa FM. Network more something in Ekosiisen. Network you Yabunga Ekosiisen. And a network here you can wasem you mun nairi Ekosiisen. And a network you watching in Ekosiisen. And a network you mu gamanche Ekosiisen. And a network you mu ulai few Ekosiisen. Na network you mu tobi Ekosiisen. Timaka heavy dia na watch dia. Ben Brako na born nenyo wasi maybe magruzo. Samuel Ewuku medasi obi.
Say na ma twentwen so kakra but me gidi say abro yi poma kwan ma mo behu all of us in the system vigorously advocacy for Dr. Baumia.
Okay. And you think he is still the right person to lead?
Absolutely.
The party?
At this time I think say he's the best to lead the party, and it is based on two things. The NPP that I fell in love with, me a first generation politician. Okay. Me busuemu, me nana, me chichi, me so be anje party candidate. Oh, okay. Me na me dem ho abesha manyo se mu na matwe on maberum. I believe so be a fair opportunity. Yes. And say be obia the fundamentals and they say it should be based on the person's integrity and then the capacity to lead the party to victory and the capacity to serve Ghana as a country. Oh, in election now to mean Savior, it doesn't make sense. and I'm in politics with that mindset. I say yenso so ni betimi aye e de aboa Ghana mayama minor tumpon no e no necessary ye. Enti me hwe at every election no say candidates no mo beba abontini na obia pros and cons. Aha, me hwe say na ho ode ne say ni weakness ne say ni nyina make kambo ma. I believe say at this time ne de yema Dr. Baumia Kwanya no nsan
on sign and his comeback no would bode well for the NPP.
I believe so. I believe so. And a lot of ayana nipa bebre make argument be say because you lose the election. And I'm say more say track record now former president Mahama Edi Lucy 2016 election and one was Adi Ababe winning 2024 elections no. Is it not the same track record within the 8 years before for different than time will be a better storyteller of the legacy of the Akufo-Addo Bawumia led government. And gradually me betina ha me ko social media teachers are yate swat for egu omuso a omudi abobo omuso oyawdie wo system num and so be kape NDC for be gaslight you say na aban ne ba ekra bosumi num ni
Yura emisata because Emisabata was in charge of what? The economy. But the management team, he was the chairman of it. And you too, you were. So why are you not taking responsibility? Why are you passing the bag? Well, at this moment, me my prayer and I say, MP Beko Kongrome no. Na Alaji Bawumia ayi mejibium as a flag bearer.
Oh no, na mo pesa oba.
I mean that's my prayer. That's my prayer. Because oko elections na unko bi da. My elections be brave. Campaign different no. Na say what could be da. And as what hold the position da. Now go for re-election now. Didn't. Because time now go first round, so can say be brave. And now Pampa Quenya no to be talk about. Until now, you are going to account for your stewardship. Any some now Kenya now. Now so be ono de onya Quenya ni da. After now about fresh. John the Bajak can be up PBA. All the Canada Japan never MP candidate. Apart from really so can say, oh, Ken Ekasasi or can say what else can you say about that man? In a campaign, he is proving to everyone as a successful businessman. And if you ask him to also account for his stewardship, what you tell is a business and media may
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
Obinye Ekosiisen ye Bonsu awo menesempa de brane mamba Obi som Oribo Ekosiisen wo Asempa FM Ekosiisen wo Asempa FM Ekosiisen Asempa 94.7 Asunyine tie. Oribo Ekosiisen wo Asempa FM Ekosiisen wo Asempa FM Obi nebado biba Obibo biba Ode Asempa na bo Obi nebado biba Obibo biba Ode Asempa na Obi nie Ekosiisen nie Bonsu awo menesempa de brane mamba Obi som kuye brejo ti kronkwe chino muma yenyinamum emfa akroye bia kuye brejo ti kronkwe chino muma yenyinamum so bia yenyinamum kana binyam koso kana betumpon enti muma yenina so bia yenyinamum kana binyam koso kana betumpon
Safa pelisizo simnyama Asempa
Ekosiise on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiise on Asempa FM 94.7.
Maya kana Safa pelisizo simnyama Safa Alamula Aninko kelize Maya wamodo Safa pelisizo simnyama Safa isizo saba Kavula mo Aninko kelize Maya wamodo Safa pelisizo simnyama Safa isizo saba Kavula mo Aninko kelize Maya kana Safa pelisizo simnyama Safa isizo saba Alamula Aninko kelize Maya wamodo
Asempa FM.
Obinie, Ekosiise nie, Bonsu awon mensempa, debrane mamba. Obi, so
94.7 Asempa FM. Check with your time, 20 minutes after 2 on a Wednesday afternoon. The midweek edition of our show is live and airborne from our studios here in Kokomelemle, Accra, on the 25th day of June 2025. Ekosiise, your multiple award-winning late afternoon political talk show. It's Ghana's biggest and the most authoritative political, social, and current affairs talk show. Currently, the CIMG radio program of the year, Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. For starters, Medindio Osei Bonsu from Yobi. Show is produced by Dominic Kisi Yeboa, Nana Chumberema, Jackson Osei Ntiamoa, Ebenezer Tete, Omai Hene Kwabena Asante, and Ekuya Boachua Yadon. And we create a same segment, no, Ebe Bremo, and also the Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. And for the suspended Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana, Her Ladyship Justice Gertrude Tokono, will be addressing the nation today. We any artwork make it round on social media. Say at 2:30 p.m. Her Ladyship Gertrude Tokono be address your mind. And we'll pick that address not live. Not when who said the AC Echo, and then we'll bring you me hear some segment. Omai Hene Kwabena Asante is joining us near the Anonso Abramo. But I would implore you to please share your thoughts with us, your comments, your observations. Your WhatsApp number is 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. That's our WhatsApp number. Our messages no more than Saudi Befaso Abraying 0548 443 523. Na yentie wonso de wo emayen uko YouTube nso you have the opportunity to also watch us live on YouTube. Asempa 94.7 FM ewo YouTube. Asempa 94.7 FM ewo YouTube. O comments now the go hon so amayen e agemre etumi akan ama. Meda proud sponsors nso ase ye wo Fontina 74 if diagnostic herbal and abaye dro so pa Royal Kingdom Estate mo amopen sase ato o pese company bi si wo dan ma omoye architectural drawings ma omo manage wo property ma a Royal Kingdom Estate. Provident Insurance and so car insurance no metre motor insurance say who be newu and as who need be crafting up so kokoye bia a Provident Insurance. With Provident man you're covered. Africa Queen Mackerel and so eboyen na a Obapa product na ebia in the Obapa tomato paste, Obapa sardine and Africa Queen Mackerel. EcoBank Ghana, a better way, a better Africa. Blue Star Lotto, win big every day. Your Syntex tank, a strong, a tough. Power jet batteries, car battery papa, and Ghana in Ajiatum, a power jet batteries. A boy Juma Brutal in Canada. And your Franco Trading Enterprise, phone papa fee, say Nokia, iPhone, Samsung, phones bia will pay any accessories, any the electrical appliances and so I can washing machines, blender, air conditions, just say BBR refrigerators, Nina Obinya Biato, our Franco Trading Enterprise, Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner, Tabia Herbal, Omudi no one was swabe and 9 and Ibeja so including Tabia Herbal mixture, malaria drew Tatashi Enono, and your Felisco San Ghana Limited. We save your cargo, we save your life. Omunso Eboye in the Ekosiisen Jumedie. And let us know where you are watching us from. More YouTube, no. Samuel Chere Ajeman, or see Obi, I'm watching you live from Marietta, Georgia, Atlanta. Within 6 months, there has been almost a 17% increase in tariffs. The reset is resetting. We live to see David, Mr. Tour Guide, or see great job. The number. Okay, one outstanding political talk show in Ghana. Thank you. Greetings to Sarah, the CEO of Sanaba Bags Collection, also sharing from Maryland. Yadase Johnson Afum said, Obi, I'm watching you live from Doha in Qatar. Emmanuel Wususo Owo, Eventon, New Jersey, Ononso Air Master Planner Junior working Tampo, or say Ochia Labi Kingsley Owuswe J. an aspiring Ashanti Regional NASPA organizing secretary. NASPA should be National Service Personnel Association, I think. Okay. Kwame Foster. Was it Obi? I've lost my mother, one of your favorite listeners in Achimbomso, the late Mame Abong in Achimbomso on the 31st of May 2025. And Umame Inyan Nyame Fre. Yamamunina Yako. NSK Boating or Chicago. Frank Kwame Jemfi. Also O'Shea from here Mpenika in Odotobri constituency. And you want to greet your Member of Parliament, Odotobri constituency, Lawyer Anthony Mayer, James Anieku, O UAE, United Arab Emirates, Ohimin Boachi, Kweku, Ewo, Aberdeen in Scotland, Ononso Mark Bruce Banahine, O Worcester in Massachusetts, in the Nipano Edorso, Yadamunina se, Emma Munina Aquaba. Edemoba Ekosiise so. Omanhene Kwabena Sante atena se. Mema na kwaba while we wait for the address of this Chief Justice, her ladyship, get to Tokono time this one be kwakofa ede apremo. Oman akwaba. I think it was a microphone they from kakra. No from infimfin no. Anaye. Uchim they say ya. Chim around say. Aha. Na bafom. Na fawa no kama. No we brutal. We brutal. Na bibi aboko.
Oh. Yakoye nim. Onyame adum ti yakoye nim. Debi adade ya na me de se. Onyame kwaso share atamfo ani wu. Na allow mo the space to, scheme and orchestrate.
Yes.
And so the end thereof, many are the thoughts of a year. Onipa bonifo. But the assurance is that Onyamesi will imagine you cry or fire. Adrenina, a ma will be we pay your editor na quem. And ya junior titi or high. A lot of people have broken down and are breaking down in silence, in pain. Because of Ibia Yadibi, Sikasem, Ejumasem, Awaresem, Ubi, Dinire, Koshet, Nihokani, Bema, now Bemu, it's so hurting. Ubiwa on Timin Kasa. Irina, BC, and Ayakase on Ma, Nikrama, yes. There are a lot of people like that. Ubua, Ejuma, Onye Bonibia out of nothing. Okoya ya pamno. Ontia CBC ne. Inti oye broken. Obi wa na sika sem editoriety. Kwa na eko from in the midst of ya dia hodo esa tutu on fifo. Obi. Se onye onyame asem ana obi sua na ma wa hotoso ne ni da so a. It's difficult to continue the path like that. I'm telling you. People are broken. It's not about politics, whether the government of the day is managing it well or otherwise. That's why Ubida Sabia, his or her wish is that Sankaninya Padi na Kran obe offload. No when yasa ayarisana opener, or you're so okay with it. So what's the point? We don't take things for granted again in this life. Who the ultimate part in the midst of every challenge and difficulty, you are bravely putting up a smile to face the day. No, Obi Nyawaye. Easy. Obi Nyawaye. So in today, Adamika, ye bebu bia ye bubu atu hono say o tina say reflections a oti pupua ye say obi di so what you say who say obi ko na oba oko na oba me nya o ka ben otwi ben ni pakro na obon say nya de hire nyina sa na ti sika kokko so what you say nya ni born so but it should tell you that every individual is faced, he or she, by certain private lonely challenges bia oni ni nyame intem asem ewe ni se bibi se onipa bia osasin to na namre yo no na mum wona wode wo ho ato nyame na otwire na omponda no ane na de bia do yes ono na itimi ba auto o sere it don't matter the frustration and your loneliness ekekeo ewo oyadem usikasem wa wadem wadisuem wa kwantuem obi abusu nyina akwa abucha ka ono nko a ne papa try with the documents ne mama try ne nua mema ne ma nyina try with the documents ono nko a de such a person say onyame amigina mama
You break down
completely. Because yes, you see, a dime 9 year the amount. Still, more. In fact, dime hope papers, you know, combine the amount. Obi accounts or the associate the amount. Oko embassy still. Minya, you are human. Yes, you are human. You know, you are human. And people are dying in silence. Those battles, no, and yet the economics of the society, those battles can only be satisfied by knowing God, experiencing God, and having a relationship with God. Me can't cry natural. Debbie also. Atiti ni bi wo honoma amanehunu ni bi wo ho a yade ni bi wo ho a onyan ni bi wo ho a ahokyere ni bi wo ho a ni nyina ka brabon ba edu ba bi a unze debi we enye normal debi we die so nyame amema enu ntina juntifo si die du die agise rade obem. But for God, if you onyame intervene no.
No. The nipen to me anye.
Yeah.
Ne above ones went to me anye. Say yes to bemwa.
So always I take this opportunity to encourage people that Ampa, you might be a doctor, an engineer, businesswoman, but I talk about the foundation. If your foundation is not grounded in Christ,
if the foundation is destroyed, what shall the righteous do?
Yeah.
In the fapim. So what say fapim?
If that foundation of fapim is lost, obiuba won church this no what can say their tones were any no cray.
Should be grounded.
Now when I catch you say Sabi Wadarma Christoni Sikasemo enquatre mount, a Juma Sam into see mount, and it are so intimate to Bahama, Sabi won't even fall fee.
Yes, Obia Christo need yes. Nioma bi was said to yema. Now I wouldn't him say I wish I would them and koyi. No not me kasawa sorry na me yusu. The story of the widow in Nain. Unsa wo hwe Nain e yekro. But Nain means beautiful. Nain just beautiful. In Chronicle, you know, the Bible historians say na a gated community. Akwa say one cry ha ote trasako. E be a trasako phase 2. Ordinarily no onam ho abefi so obi oti ho bia no. Oh, should be okay.
Where the picture?
Yes. What is Trasako phase 2?
If you look at Trasako, at the dear pan,
everybody will think
ordinarily.
I was said you'll be living good. But in that Trasako, in the city of Nain,
that beautiful city, no?
Yes. Odikuna. And an ebaba ko penso aseyewu.
Odikuna.
Yes.
In that beautiful city.
Yes.
Ne baba ko penso.
You know, in the city that is supposed to be beautiful, there was this widower, the only son, assign ewu. And you know, the whole outlook on life, let's just say, and that's what asa.
Exactly.
It reminds me of what Jeremiah says. I have forgotten what happiness is. Refuting ni GMO. In that city of Naina, ono neba. Ye kwa kosie ne ba omuhia Yesu nti ho unse tetemrem so ye kosie wa edamema na udem ena Yesu ne nsa ka coffin no ena abrante ne ye de authority
back
it is from a coffin after was sorry at name wom rante na battery so that's from a coffin abe palanquin it is from a coffin now a palanquin nti say Yesu be my imagine say one hia Yesu
eno no Tidia uye bia na won't trade na otete ha no. Say Yesu and cross pass.
You are good to go. And that's why your foundation, you should be grounded. In the John can say, I wish above all things that you prosper.
I wish.
Yes.
I wish above all things. And just some of the things. All things
that you prosper, even as your soul obedi. Emra wo kra. Enso edi nti oya wo kran kwaje mo adwuma no na hunama famu nso no na nyankopon so eboa ma wudi eno so ya de
obi no kwere so nyame grante ye fight the silent battles
struggles the battles
on grante mercy
enye easy
mercy
because and man one thing what I say me nya ne more say me come inbox challenge kofo e pa adwuma
mercy
telling me kind stories if you can me raw
you know
where we school obi 2019 Obi 20 a lot. But people are struggling.
That's what I'm saying. Obi, Onyamin grant a mercy. You know, now.
Obi to me send you a message or say, you know, oh here 50 Ghana cedis. No, no. Sunday, I know if you say, scam for Nibi.
Yeah.
But I share how a consistent air banner. You can say, Charlie, wait, and yes, come because. Obi to because the 20 cedis.
But Obi, I'm saying Onyamin grant a mercy, and those silent battles, no, they are so heartbreaking. They are demeaning. You know,
especially
they're so. I'm telling you that our dear do na eguno, and munyamne atino, and munyamne jina a juma atosin wa brabom, or mema yosem titu se bia onko ma atosin, and you can't fault most of our dear ladies and women. It been to me stand that those space or those times, you know. It been to me stand say for about a year, 2 or 3. Ni kunu kwa him ni hoka ni kwa him ntino obejina sa gap nim no ebini mutimi stand credit. People are now getting into the realm of depression. Obi, it's not a joke. Depression, you know, and the mercies of God in our battling moments like this. That's why Onyame FM enije ebusuye papa nimdie ejumapa. You have to. You don't have a choice, but than to propagate the goodness and the mercies of Lord. So me who say wow say what do we name dear well leaning on your own understanding. Me what I dying, me will say, would also do you know who I am? No, say oh yes, I'm say, and your refuge unim ebra oye den uwomi eyadom. So it's just to encourage yenuanom yerenom man emfa ho ne de ofem. There's still hope because ye onyame a ontonko anawada. Onyame afri eye meresantin besi enawie ka say onim de besi china. Sa nyame ne ye ka na wasem no. It might tarry, but no crapa and say, ebebem to come to pass. Yeah, ya kran say utwam na ya ka just way. Oni obi mu na school. On pebre bi abo. Yeah, wait. Na say oni obi mu na wie. Na baby and nyame aye obi adoma. Na de utie ni pano a you cannot move the next step. I'm telling you obi. Na ya de ya na ebekunu. Ebekuna kuni manyina. Iti utia ewo ni pedua no. So when young Kenya woman free are coming back to normal life. So about party me. Timika young so about over your dead body. Now what body na your dear and I call you over it.
And at the so what I say so we catch was sorry.
Yeah.
I saw you say come on yeah. Nipa on the sorry. And I will
yeah. And me catch now. Me catch now. Me catch now. Enti wo decide. Na no abey fina be down so no wagye atum na afia ko fan ya twam ana ya nyintum say yen ene yasefo de onyame ahumobro be koso atena ye so yen kwan na nyina e beti na awurade fie na ya ka ne nyoma pa ene ne ye pa. After what is life to impact positively and to also make sure say oni onyame ankofa no e beti me koso obi for a great day.
That's a powerful one. Where he said Psalm 11 verse 3, when the foundations are being destroyed, what can the righteous do? And the story of the widow of Nain appears in Luke 7:11-17. It recounts a powerful miracle. Thank you, my brother. Thank you so much, Samuel. That's Elder Samuel Anini. Yeah, that's Papa.
Good.
Good. Yes.
So Obi, yada nyamia se wi abibia nam na kwami. Abroche for no enua Mr. Paul de Soso.
Yeah, Paul de Soso.
I'm say Castle Cemetery Church. Anna enua by Juliet in so London. Or say amen and amen and amen. Ampa, it's important. Oh, unim. One thing I did be me catch them when he said one of the biggest secret in Pamcho of Osei Bonsu made catch them when and the Dominic, you know, be if you wake up with him and you look at the morning hymns and worship. Oh, Minia. So, Odeka 88 billion kwana. I'm telling you, and the momentarily, the whole day won't be crab more brabumbi. Oh, we has not Odoka no da. Okay, when you say or the Josie, you're free huma by Hunemu. Yes, yeah, Hunamejuma. It will be encouraged. Be encouraged. It is well. It is very, very well. It is very, very well. Obina, a Tiffy woman quick. Musia Mami Toko no Bede.
Obey national address. But say comedy started 2:45 p.m.
Okay. Oni Bedin Komo.
On your mind Bedin Komo.
As a suspended Chief Justice.
Sure.
I can't na money who no resign and as obey them.
And
I can your man echo so.
Maybe I'll be Casana or Castle came in the Majuma to Hall, and I saw the Casa Derby. They are to me.
Okay.
Mean
Mechiayam. We know Mechiayam.
And also no kind.
Well, me and Assembly Crown, I think that we are if indeed we are resetting you're very accommodating to one. And Tiname Bekacho say, yeah, well, my more I say, and you're running the Edmo, you know, I'm the top
how
man.
I feel.
Yeah, how I feel. It's not about the law. And that's a dangerous thing to do as a country. They may me pay. It's me at Makota baby. I make up until they may me pay. And I may Yanshi share my energy to me chilo se me na mabano. You know, intimacy. Yentieno. Yentieni we ye be so. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Media the American debia than say obi edin susuye and an adream pobi and an dream pobi to dwe. Your best arsenal ne say utie nipa ni wi okinkan nipa ni wi na afi wo so ahwe nioma eye papa ewom ene esinto a eye ewom then also the adwenkyere foforo bi aba abekanta timisre nyese we no obekasa na adane social media me tira mbebusa na me kwade me ni na me share office bi adane social media ntokwa obekasa in a capacity as what obeji adwene o bechire biem and I'm wondering why any people bi mususu say at this point or a certain point one who are kwenya say omutimi kasa nemu obi ntimi kasa na me anim kwenya obrase bem mitimi yam sha na wonu mutimi kire wadwene sebe se amamo we ebia ekoyie pa ba obi ntimi kire na adwene se enkoyie de ye begina ho aka ne se buapayom enkoyie emeka se ekoyie buapayom ekoyie emeka se enkoyie. That is where ye buffer no. That is the difference between your platform, Ekosiise Asempa, and the others. Today, we are the Ambraseme to check the amount, a new team. No, so we stand for truth, not to suit a particular regime or a particular individual, another association or groupings. What we have strived to do almost all the time and continue to do in the midst of the challenges is to be truthful to this country called Ghana and to ourselves, because at the end of the day, posterity say judgment. Obi ani hobi mo me an meti wo me wediem ene manam ntuom ne me man bibia se akwapa no kwafo se wo ye adwuma pa ene se abotire ni fa na share. So let's discuss matters of national interest devoid of partisanship and all those things.
I mean, I've said I don't know where so there is no longer room for cogent and coherent argument. You can insult more. I mean, if you disagree with the person, what would insulting the person do? Don't depend argument. Me know when you're arguing. Say the same thing. Me know so every discerning person will listen and says, okay, maybe you have a point, but to insult and it's not cool. It's not cool.
Master, all these silent battles. A lot of people are contributing to the silent battles. Uncle Fred, it doesn't matter where and how you find yourself. You're trying common so let's be accommodating, let's be progressive in our communication. Or mine no dan yeso so nyoma ensem fata so na abaye ntuma mu a abefraye it ye yi santuma na gu ne pa ho achi and looking forward, picking that path of discipline that comes with pain abaye diamai. So mesre once on here, I'm not going to preempt, but I'm saying that whichever course or part of it take whether person see from whether person can yoma or come whether person still or twan in common or court no or sa akwanya no.
As long as she will do the things she says she will do within the law, we should allow people to say
exactly. I was say, but ninyi name no abribia that the mechanic say ye chichiri o man ye chichiri ankro and ye chichiri eye eku the toss bi the mechanic say uni bia utie hwe kwabna sante obi muntie mo we phone side and then amoti Asempa na mo kan e kire oba betena sa akonwa yem munyuma pan ana munyuma bonin ebedi mochi agron se enkandi yachi ndi wo se bibia ye normal eti ade bia wo ye bia na ye se phone side a phone side the similarities between a phone side and person almost the same eti dia wo ye bia na so kai se phone side na wo wi a eti se won sa you be extremely careful because me boko kode bia da ka kire say na podia na ntwe ni kra no esa ne to a nya me de bo na se ne to na anka no ho it will conform 3x4 na dem a ye won kono e ye say wo na be ka won sem ye si 2 insurance twa na etwa me say ko nti sa na okọ kwa on the kwa on sa na okọ ba e be to a wo di udie ba wo di udie de betima mo to aso di udie wani gie mu na ro say
gozo ye hoho woman ni kan obetna.
But we have people in the past administration, people still see them and omo pejo omo koso to say be omo yenyame. Ebinum so kwa de they've been demonized by their actions and inactions. Sa pepe na bi mo aban we mu a ebre ne beso ende bi adameka infie 9 infie nwotwe infie du mienu whichever year ebre na so no aban ne beso ebre ne beso etibusa won se ebre ne so a na say ye twwa ba be gina anima your stewardship no e ho asem na e be kwa kwese so mon kakai and the enemy person advocacy be chance era kanda papa so enti anya attention you know oyire picture oyire no picture si wow office so what you say na wow hwe say unyam ya osom no so office so na we take decisions
na wahwe
no wahwe say it will inure to the benefit of ejuma yes so na no so utu na mo bi na ehun sunsun so no e be affect o man no oyire debi a why do you take it?
You not.
That's what I say. Why do you take it? It's yeah, me no. Me da ma dwene me no. Ye betie no. De obeka bia so no, me giri so no ankasa gitum se. Ye nso ye bejebre na yetimi adoso mu ne akase aha de no kore aha de ye no nya adwen aha de giri se but even again a judge for ensuya na da yedi omo nkomo wo parliament ya
Supreme Court nominees
ya ji on atu so at as Adam Kuma no aye twitwitwitwire omo de omo se mo de omo se so de omo keka omo nsme obi all these things we should look at it well as a country. There are certain things we hurt the country in so many ways but we don't see it. But say e brain so na se san sunsun no say e ba e bon san panokwe we are hurting ourselves. In any case, economic management team of the NDC is here for
for me, I don't know some of. I don't think come from a statement about.
Oh, how?
So it has to be formed. So president have been naming members of the economic management team. Oh, for now, it's not being formed.
Should I hire?
I don't think so. Be hiring, sir, because really
a necessity and a convention.
A convention.
It will open as a
na we. Open now we. And
hiring say. Bibia kokame economic management team.
Hardware is a finance minister and a Bank of Ghana governor because finance minister is in charge of fiscal policy. Bank of Ghana is in charge of monetary policy. And it's a mummy in place. Mind you, said the EMTs na mostly advisory.
Okay.
They play an advisory role. A year, I mean, the membership knows who experience be on bit me and but you find out say invariably, members of the EMT don't also cabinet.
Okay.
And they all sit in cabinet anyway.
So specific, it's not really a big deal.
It is not a constitutional injunction.
So it's not a big deal.
Not really a big deal. So President Anya.
In that over time, I need use against you. Was a women almost economic.
I say because of how we raised it. Well, and it was raised as if
has it become a part through convention of our democratic principles, Jana?
Say the other thing I make associate say because the constitution not clearly in defining the role of a vice president. And I think the what shall I say na okay, and we will be going to pick and because the constitution in defining role clearly for the vice president, except say chair of the police council. No say nansanya omampenya power police council. Vice president Jena no Pukwajima chairman of that chairperson of that council. That is probably like the only role our constitution is stating it clearly for the vice president. The akanyina no boss president be create responsibilities be at the amount.
Okay.
And I think I know the whole idea of the EMT.
Okay.
Mind you, say, and I stand to be corrected, under Rollins 1 and 2, Minister EMT Asem. I think it became very profound and
under Rollins 1 and 2 did you need money crazy crazy boy. You feel trouble.
Because those time budget
Obia trefie boko crazy mbuo tomato buo jene buo
milk since last year milk near to 10 cities and you better on 11 cities.
We've come far.
We've come very very far. But you see how kasa wo boss anioma na send your budget yen kan you that I think through convention as and a buy just to give the vice president a certain responsibility. But of course, it has to be stated, say, the president, Ebu or minor, he does so with the cabinet. In the constitution, make a provision for the president and his cabinet.
Okay.
Say, there is no room for EMT. Conventionally, if a president believes, say, I don't need an EMT, I think my finance minister in the Bank of Ghana governor can do the job. He is not obliged to form an EMT.
Okay, I'm sure say it's crossed your path. Ghana, the Asempa so-called enough problem. University of Ghana confirms resurgence of COVID-19 on campus.
Statement, and I'm saying, hey, that's COVID-19.
So Ghana Health Service for me quickly, what's happening? Because we cannot stand it. We don't have the facilities. Let's not pretend. Yes, as I say, and only lessons are another danko for the quickly the agenda 111 by. That's what you're saying. Mesre, the Health Ministry and the Ghana Health Service, at least, in a collaboration with University of Ghana.
Well, University of Ghana statement. Let's just say, or more health. University in the health directories and putting measures be in place. You see, nose mask campus. I'm hoping, say, and say,
Obianya border do. Because Obia this year, Obiana na university. Obianya border. Obia, let's go back to Sabrin and Shishaya Nedao, or Rosa, distance, Kakano, or Casanso, let's go back to all the Ansana Ghana Health Service for Abeka plus or minus as to what is happening. Nama minimum for education Kakra. You say electricity tariffs to increase by 2.5% by 1st July. As I say.
As I just say.
Na Obiana we mo. Edi pese mo say ensunya bi da 14 point ayinim.
Yes.
Ana we nso dey.
And a quarterly review. This quarter there no. And appeal as atna say 2.5 and no better. They've raised the issue of inflation, raised the issue of the CD to dollar, raised I think average inflation and gas war and they are no free sell to make sure that the system is stabilized way and normal they better. So mind you say because of automatic adjustment formula in the umu was say a review. The review can be upward or downward. But the last 2 quarters upward. First one I started in May. Now I know 14.5 and now we are ever started in July 2.5 it cumulatively 17-18% and in the last 2 quarters in terms of I don't think we are out of the wood. We are not out. Now me put that name person amanfo woman say piwa say eto buomu a wahu omoto the increase tariff on the cost per unit of electricity. So cost per unit unim say for even lifeline customer and a unit of electricity, 1 unit of electricity 2 cedis 95 pesos. 2 cedis 95 pesos a unit. And when I'm reading from the last reckoner ECG publishing and where it take effect on the 1st of May. It when the reckoner implemented a 14.5% incremental a buy, So we share a 2.95 Ghana cedis. And every increment on this unit cost of electricity.
I see.
But mind you, say
Ehia me wonim de ntia me ye wenyina ne say. Ehia me de ntia me ye wenyina sem odenya botoba my education. De ntia me ye wenyina ne say. Me pese ye tie ho ase as Ghana for say. Ye pese kuro no edi na esi na ekoso. Nti me pese nyina ye hya ase etwe ya adwene ne enkomo no free. Amanyo sem abiribi ada ne mfaso nye den eni so. If we say aban bia meka Emma emetna so bo apayom titie ya man panyimfo no enka say ono de onti se sebidogo bi no abe nuan okuan no pese okun ne manfo se ye tua we no asudi a mede be ma aban mu panyimfo and say the expectation of every Ghanaian going through this tough moments is to enjoy a certain level of reliability, efficiency, the supply of electricity. The Bema Yabab Sabe Kasa Yakasa when we are taking this money and still we are not seeing we will not follow the bandwagon as usual and if I don't tell these incases how it will really disorganize people's budget.
It is
so you break it down for me. Let's back to that.
Say energy charge. The unit cost no is the energy charge. For 1 unit, 1 CD 76 pesos. 1 CD 76 pesos. But once I saw a residential customer meet any fear, our charges be our sign etria in the street light. So we 1 unit. 1 CD 76 pesos now. The Obetria was street light 0.05 pesos. National Electrification Scheme levy and also 0.04 pesos. Service charge on each unit of electricity. The service charge in Kwan 2 CDs 13 pesos. Into total that month no ebe maun. Now total for 1 month. So we use just 1 unit of electricity ebe 3 CDs 98 pesos. What I'm saying is with 2.5% increment, it will be 2.5% on 1 Ghana CD, 76 pesos. And the new energy charge. But so now, all the statutory charges.
But so you say enough. But this was not the promise.
Enough from cry. And mind you, when pony a lifeline where you be on that lifeline, it is show. So we use 50 unit of electricity. 50 unit of electricity. Or monthly energy charge. 87 cedis. Just for 50 units. And on 50 units, not just a one within the month, because first, not 50 units, a lifeline customer. Now, saying re-win the lifeline about 30 units. But 50 units, now a lifeline. Who you so bob be? And
just
TV be and Utria 87 energy charge. Who the all the charges for 50 units, jumping with the Waba 103 Ghana cities for 50 units, and that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. The job signed the 2.5. It's a lot of money. 50 units, a lifeline consumer.
It's not an easy exercise they go through. No. That's why me say narrative necessary. Politicians should be careful.
Yes. And mind you,
politicians should be careful.
Every unit of power ube use utria street light levy.
Yeah.
Asiatria
all those things required. All those things the men fan can only come on. Remember Ghana for the donor akomaba because you see Obi. Se mama ye nyai atra ye di kire ye ho ye ho.
Yes.
Se ye amanyo sem. Na mo si ye bekoso ama atro ni propaganda are part and parcel of our everyday life or social fabric na. Any ye new. It's as a result of yadwini na kwe tumi aye pintino. Said no kure pa your friend no kure or my Ghana. And I don't know why I keep saying it. People think that I should give them a break. Or mind be dishonesty ye key. The love for money the council superior. Lifestyle auditing a issue. Any principle no. Some minor. I'm wondering how we are expecting a bigger development or progress. I don't know how we'll go about it. Because again, back to the foundations. Say yabe no credit ne nyoma ebe mo man punto ni kanko adwumaden any focus or mine ho don yabe sa nyoma nyina gunchen. Wo hwe fa pema ye gina say asoma a aye true mo ha Concert the true the Ubi Shano Pa Okobi office. Purposes to go and misrepresent and destroy and get money for the day. Ubi should dear or yan say a buy contract Jeban Winano or Yen Yoma and Semfata. Ubi should answer to me a dashin inside. He's just abusing it. Ubi should answer Ghana Ladano, Ghana Mum that 20 Ghana Ekosho. People don't care. Kopim say a man your summer a tro, a man your summer any no cre, a man is my nada. Ye be homiso and I bet so crano. We are going to experience this kind of funny decisions.
And I think the new administration should also know, say, under the cover of goodwill, no, they cannot be doing certain things. Be running diametrically opposed to the promises they gave the Ghanaian people.
It's coming across.
All under the cover of goodwill.
Yeah, it's coming across.
Man, I'm only imagining, say, Sanka, the 1 Ghana cedi levy on a liter of fuel, no? Sanka, you implement here. And as our tariff increment, we in bar. Charlie, it would have been crazy.
Disastrous.
Disastrous. Already, mind you, sir.
Disastrous.
With this 2.5% increment, and I mean, share with me. So what shall reckon na so a residential customer meet an able fear and no say VAT any child ne get fund and can home say a non-residential meet an able store about shop about officer and no what your energy charge ube your street light what your electrification scheme levy what your service charge now assign the NHIL ne get fund account assign the VAT of 15% account. That's for non-residential. In the residential, in put a number, my memory example. So we share 50 units of electricity. Say me tanibo fee. Now we use 50 units at the end of the month. Say the mekano. Ube tria 103 Ghana cedis.
103 Ghana cedis.
That same 50 units, no. Say me tanibo we jumem. And I say we shop beer. That same 50 units, no. Afe ubetria 50 unit, 50. No fancha me reckon anonti. That same 50 unit. Now you'll be paying 114 Ghana cedis. That same 50 units. Say meet anebo shop.
Yeah.
And they say anytime I obe say PURC announce increment in tariff, no. Who say a increment on the energy charge. In the CCR, the energy charge for 50 units, 87 Ghana cedis for residential. In the 2.5% 87 Ghana cedis. Ube hu diafe uba babetria and sana ude street light electrification scheme levy and it was service charge assigned the account. Then you know your total this month, which is the end user tariff for ubetria. In the NTR CSR say even with the 14.5 no. A shooty at the end cost because for 50 units to be paying 87 Ghana cedis, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. It is a cautionary. I'm only hoping, say, when the factors na SSR, PURC will come quickly and reduce.
It's
too much.
We are not mean people here. We've been in this system and in this game for quite some reasonable time. We know, and we have a certain level of experience. You know, this matter of politicization of this peer. The peer, someone I'm saying independent. That's how independent body. How independent is the PR? PRC, how independent is the PRC? He had the normal to cheer. These are independent bodies. These are independent bodies of mine. But interferences, but your problem, you know, say government interference, government after government, you know, or minor development in it. Because why is here? So what at best, what our politicians do to us? They will throw it back at you. To tell the NDC for starting. Now I buy no on top of this, and then they are as if they are doing us a favor.
As a
it's your responsibility. Why do you let it come across as if it's a favor? We applaud because you are putting in systems and buffers who show a clear difference between maybe yourself and the government that you took over from.
Sure.
All that we have done to ourselves as a country, demonizing governments that we take power from. Also, but transfer, either you are repeating 3, 4, 5 times what they did, or you are and carry.
Mind you, say, there was a new 15% increment in I think VAT on non-life insurance.
But that's why.
Then say car insurance. This 15% VAT.
Metina sia na alert na bampa choti. Metina sia. Okay. Metina sia 3-4. From 1st July 2025 per GRA directive, VAT will apply to all our non-life insurance policy except motor insurance. We hold out for a day.
Okay.
Okay.
In the whole last one, say
CG Kasa.
Except was starting. No, on starting. On starting. Say any year monitor wa and just started pay.
Also, CG started. Okay. Yeah.
And the Chief Justice of the Republic, Nensemwa, or the air Tujani Ekosiise saying Sunni, Asempa 94.7 FM.
In a manner that breaks every rule on how justice is delivered in our country. And this is why and the danger it holds for the development of the nation's democracy. The second reason for making this statement is though I'm in the process alone, its effects ripple and law in the process, and the danger it holds for the development of the nation's democracy. The second reason for making this statement is though I'm in the process alone, its effects ripple far beyond me as a person. This process will affect how all Superior Court justices and future Chief Justices may be removed from office. It also affects commissioners and heads of independent constitutional bodies set up to protect the freedom and justice of Ghanaian citizens as guaranteed under the 1992 Constitution. In building Ghana's democracy in the Fourth Republic, the framers of the Constitution identified public officials who must directly serve the citizens of Ghana without being afraid. Without being afraid of unjustified punishment or reprisals from influential people or members of the executive or legislature. The framers of the Constitution identified that it is only when these public officials we can work without fear, control, or at the pleasure of influential people that freedom and justice will reign in Ghana. The law did not provide for the termination of their appointments by any authority. The Constitution set up grounds and processes for removing them from office under Article 146. And these grounds must reach the standard of, quote, inability to perform the functions of their office. The officials include, apart from Superior Court justices, commissioners of charge, commissioners of NCCE, commissioners of the Auditor General, and the chairman and the vice chairman and members of the Public Service Commission. The third reason for this statement is that in order to address the troubling violations of the Constitution and illegality of the proceedings that have become obvious to me, that became obvious to me from the beginning of the process. I started an action in the Supreme Court. I applied for the proceedings of the committee set up by His Excellency the President to be held in public, so that in the interest of transparency and for the truth in the matters being raised to be made known to the people of Ghana. I did so because I knew that the secrecy of the proceedings for removing justices was not created in the Constitution as a cover-up for any agenda. The Constitution expects that only reasons for removing the Chief Justice and public officials as set out in Article 146 will be the reason for doing so. And especially, such reasons must affect public sensitive national interest or public order or safety. I realize that in my case, should the public be made aware of the allegations in the petition, they would realize that none of the allegations made border even remotely on matters of national interest or matters of public order or safety or anything that indicates that I'm unable to perform the functions of my office. An example is an allegation that I failed to retire accountable interest of $14,000 when I traveled. When I did retire that accountable interest 2 days after I returned from my journey, I was given $14,000. I could only spend $4,400, and I returned $9,600 2 days after I returned from Ghana, from my journey. And so I knew that it was necessary that the issues being thrown around as petitions against me needed to get into the public space. I swore to a supplementary affidavit alerting the Supreme Court also of human rights violations that I had started encountering when I went to the Article 146 hearings. However, the members of the Supreme Court that had the petition for the hearing in open, and they also struck out the supplementary affidavit at the request of the Attorney General. I have decided to make this statement today because the violations have not stopped. Indeed, they have escalated beyond anything I could have imagined as possible in justice delivery. These violations include the committee's refusal, in breach of the rules of natural justice, to recognize my lawyer on the first day of proceedings, simply because I was not personally present with him. And they went ahead to make arrangements for the hearing without involving my lawyer while he was sitting in front of them. The committee has also failed to indicate the specific charges that I'm supposed to be defending myself against in order to allow me to adequately prepare a defense to the charges. The committee has gone on to permit two of the petitioners, Mr. Daniel Ofori and Shining Stars, not to testify at all or present what case they brought to them at the hearing. The committee has refused to allow me to go into the hearing with any family member. Before you enter, there's a thorough search of my body and my handbag in violation of protocols and courtesies extended to any Chief Justice, which protocols and courtesies are honored in the name of the nation, both in Ghana and outside of Ghana. And then the work of the committee is being conducted in a cordoned high security zone on Castle Drive, Osu, when all Article 146 proceedings since 1993 have been held in facilities of the judicial service. It is hard not to reach the conclusion that the choice of venue against the backdrop of secrecy of proceedings is intended to intimidate me and to prevent any citizen of Ghana from knowing how the proceedings are being conducted. The Edu Lodge facility that the hearings are being conducted in featured very prominently in the planning of the murder of judges on June 30th, 1981. And this can be read about in the special investigative report on that terrible event in our nation's history. It will be recalled that there was a Major Samakwa, a military officer who was killed with the 3 High Court justices, who was a director of human resource of Gihok. He was my uncle and my guardian when I entered the University of Ghana in September 1980. I was also living with him at the time he was abducted and murdered. Was Edu Lodge chosen for my inquiry to make me feel insecure? I think so. And I continue to hold the view that there's no reason why a judicial hearing is being conducted behind the high walls of Edu Lodge. At this Article 146 hearing, no rules provided by law to regulate the fairness of hearings and trials in this country are being followed. As we all know, when a citizen is summoned before a court or any administrative or disciplinary committee, it is the duty of the committee or court to give the citizen a copy of the complaint that they are presiding over. You cannot be summoned without a writ, a petition, or a complaint. It is also the duty of that committee or court or tribunal to give copies of all documents that have been filed with them before the hearing is started. How does anyone defend themselves without a copy of the complaint that they have been summoned to come and answer to? This Article 146 committee has refused to give me copies of the petitions that His Excellency the President gave to them. They refused to give me copies, a copy of the prima facie determination that His Excellency the President is supposed to have given to them. They claim that they know that the President sent me copies on 27th March of the petition on 27th March 2025. And so they do not need to show me what the President gave to them. They also claim to have copies of the responses that I gave to the President, but they will not provide the petitioners with copies of my responses. The difficulty with this is, because they are the independent body charged with the duty to conduct the hearing, what I have in my hand from the President could be different from what they have. And I cannot assume that the 2 copies are the same. Indeed, no tribunal does that. No tribunal will tell you that before you came here, we know that your landlord wrote to you, so we are looking into what your landlord wrote to you about, and so that is what we will be inquiring into. They will give you what the charges are that they are supposed to be inquiring into. Second, the petition itself has not been admitted into evidence and subjected to cross-examination by me or my lawyers. In this case, because they have permitted the petitioner who has so far given evidence of whose petition we are supposed to be dealing with, Mr. Daniel Ofori, they have permitted him not to testify and confirm on oath what his petition is. There is no petition on the table. There is no evidence given by him on oath. He has not authorized anyone to testify on his behalf. So what are we inquiring into? Even though there is no constitutional instrument passed to regulate the proceedings of an Article 146 committee, Ghana has a constitutional instrument regulating the work of all commissions or committees of inquiry. This is the Commissions of Inquiry Practice and Procedure Rules 2010, CI 65. And in Article 1467 of our Constitution, if a committee is set up for the removal of a Chief Justice, the committee is supposed to, quote-unquote, inquire into the petition, the answer, and the prima facie case. Therefore, we are dealing with a committee of inquiry. In spite of this, on 15th May, the committee decided, without listening to my lawyer, that it will conduct the hearing not as an inquiry, but as litigation. So they rejected the use of CI 65, which was created for the regulation of inquiries, and said they will use the High Court Civil Procedure Rules, CI 47. Then they decided that each petitioner can conduct his case as he sees fit. So they don't need to present the petition to them. Then they decided that the petitioners can call public officials to confirm what they themselves have not testified to. So, ladies and gentlemen, because the proceedings are being conducted as if it is a normal litigation between the petitioners and myself, their lawyers now choose and pick which parts of the evidence that public officials present to put on the table. This is also in violation of known rules regarding proceedings of a committee of inquiry, because a committee of inquiry must have its own lawyer, and when it starts the proceedings, the petitioner becomes no more than a witness for the committee to prove the allegations that led to the setting up of the committee of inquiry. So the public officials who have been summoned supposedly on subpoenas without the issue of subpoenas just come and swear oaths and present documents to the committee as exhibits. The witnesses themselves do not have the petition. They do not know the allegations in the petition, and so they cannot answer questions on the petition. And when they finish submitting their documents, my lawyers are called on to cross-examine them. Since 23rd May 2025, this strange process has been followed up, and witness after witness has been called, like Nebuchadnezzar's situation, in which he demanded that the magicians in his court should tell him his dream and also interpret it. My lawyers are left to guess which allegations in the petitions that I received on 27th March are supposed to be the subject matter of the testimonies that the witnesses have referred to. Anyone who has been to the Circuit Court or the High Court and made subject to the rules CI 47 will know that those rules never conceived that a hearing can be conducted without the claims, the defenses, and the issues being carefully laid out before the parties and accepted by all of them before a hearing starts. Ladies and gentlemen, it is this total absence of compliance with all known rules of fair hearing that has caused my lawyers to file applications for judicial review in the High Court to declare all the proceedings void. Because the clear danger is that through this flagrant violation of CI 47 and the darkness of the current proceedings being held in camera behind the walls of a Lodge, my lawyers and I can come to the end of the proceedings. The evidence will show that every one of those allegations in the petitions that were given to me on 27th March is unfounded and untrue. And yet, the committee can dig up some allegation from whatever documents they claim to be having from the president, which they have not shown to me, and purport to enter a recommendation for my removal on that basis. Allow me to say that this is totally unknown in the rule of law in this country. If it was lawful, I would have no reason to alert the nation of the dangers they represent. It is the violations of law that have forced me to bring these matters out in the light of day. The final and fourth reason for this statement is that I have heard on several occasions from loved ones, persons who care, persons who may not know me beyond my public duties, and many who think that since these proceedings seem to be carefully staged to result in my removal as Chief Justice, it would be best if I just retired or resigned rather than subject myself to an ill-motivated process. I have also received threats and veiled threats to the effect that if I fail to resign or retire voluntarily, I will be made to suffer some harm or the other. I've also heard commentaries in the media about how this process was born out of a stated political agenda to remove me and control the judiciary, and that it is a political effort that can only result in an outcome that was decided long before it started. I thank everyone who has engaged in this conversation out of concern for my safety and well-being. Let me assure everybody that I am not seeking to cling to a title or a position. However, as a lawyer of 38 years standing, a judge of 21 years standing, and Chief Justice who has served the rule of law all my working life, in fact since I was 25, it is my onerous duty and obligation to speak up concerning anything that is extremely wrong with the administration of justice in this country. This is what I do every day. The situation I have been confronted with has shown me a model of injustice that I would never have thought possible if I had not been exposed to it. This is why, despite great personal discomfort, I have decided to marshal every effort in law and leadership to answer to this situation. Again, resigning or retiring while Article 146 proceedings are being conducted to remove a judge is not an option any judge or public official can even have. There is a decided case on the matter by the Supreme Court. The suit number is J6/02/2019. Again, no one has the authority to walk away from proceedings started by the state. Judgment can be entered against you because you fail to defend yourself. And a judge who resigns or retires would still lose all entitlements that they have worked for because they failed to defend the claims and resigned or retired while the proceedings were still going on. Therefore, if false claims are made against a judge or commissioner or other public office holder subject to Article 146 proceedings just to achieve a political agenda, the solution cannot be to resign or voluntarily retire out of frustration, pressure, or fear. You would only subject yourself to two cruelties: a judgment based on false claims and loss of everything you have worked for. It may well be that the efforts being made are intended to frustrate me so that I resign, so that the architects of the scheme can go back into the media and say that the wild and unfounded allegations were not defended because they were true and I had no defense to them. As Chief Justice of the nation, who has been given the privilege and obligation to lead administration of justice, I should not turn tail and run when I know the implications of not defending false and unwarranted charges. If I resign under these circumstances, I will be saying that this flawed, unknown, and opaque process is acceptable. It is not. Finally, let me respectfully say that the current bizarre proceedings I have brought to your attention present a twist to our nation's democratic journey that we all ignore at our own cost. My humble view is that Ghana has come too far in the 33 years of the Fourth Republic not to be concerned about the unconstitutionalities that have been designed not to affect just me personally as Chief Justice, but all judges and public officers subject to removal processes of Article 146, if this one is successfully carried out without being questioned. Behind me is every judge in the country. Behind me is every commissioner or head of an independent constitutional body in the country. If this is successful, it will be tried on anyone. I am not countering these processes for myself, but on account of the leadership burden that I carry. If the nation is willing to accept these developments in its democratic journey, it must be understood that I sounded the warning and the nation took the decision to be passive about it. I cannot share the burden of those involved in designing and implementing this enterprise of pretending to use Article 146 proceedings to remove a Chief Justice through unknown and unlawful means, by keeping quiet about the violations of law and due process. Neither can I make anyone's burden lighter by resigning or retiring, instead of proving that not even one of these wild claims in a collection of petitions is even remotely true or meets the standard required for removing a judge. Now, allow me to take you a bit of your time to walk through these petitions. They have been in the public domain for some months now. They are actually available on the internet, so I'm not addressing anything that is not known in the public space. Many negative things have been said about me through public commentary on the petitions, although the petitions were responded to 7 days after I received them. And so anyone who cared to acknowledge my side of the story would have had no need to keep repeating the petitions without discussing them with the answers. And when I provided these answers, I also added with evidence to prove that each allegation was either a lie, a wrong opinion about how work is conducted in the judicial service, a wrong opinion on the work of judges, or a wrong opinion on the duties of a Chief Justice. I'll start with Mr. Daniel Ofori's petition. It is a petition with the most claims. Only 2 out of the several allegations he's making involve him personally as a court user. In one of those allegations, Mr. Daniel Ofori is urging that I should be removed as Chief Justice because I transferred a case in which he's a party from one judge in the High Court to another. That is a crime. What Mr. Ofori did not seem to know, which I stated in my answer to that allegation, is that the judge his case was transferred from had a family crisis and had to leave Ghana suddenly for an extended period. This is the only reason why cases she was handling, including Mr. Ofori's cases, were distributed to other judges to handle. In the second allegation, Mr. Ofori accuses me of transferring a case related to the first one so that to the new judge who took over his case, after a petition had been sent to me to have the two cases heard together. Any lawyer or registrar could have informed him that it is a policy written into the rules of court to have cases between the same parties involving the same issue to be heard by one judge, so that we don't have different decisions from two judges on the same matter. So there is no basis or truth to the allegation that I transferred his cases to a new judge because I had an interest in his cases. Indeed, in the year 2020, I wrote a dissenting opinion in one of Mr. Ofori's cases in the Supreme Court. He won that application because my dissenting opinion was a minority opinion of 3 judges. The other 4 judges supported his application. After this, his lawyers applied that I should not sit on his cases again because I had presided over a different case involving him in the High Court when I was in the High Court in, I think, 2010, which he had also lost. Since then, I have not sat on any matter involving the gentleman. But what is disturbing about the current Article 146 proceedings is the fact that the cases that he is complaining about in the High Court, the ones that were transferred to one judge, started from a judgment in the Supreme Court written by His Lordship Justice Kwaman in favor of Daniel Ofori. How can Justice Kwaman, who gave judgment in favor of Daniel Ofori as part of a panel of Supreme Court and whose opinion I dissented with, which has made me a target of Mr. Ofori's anger, preside over processes to remove me as Chief Justice because of complaints that Mr. Ofori has? I have already protested that there is a conflict of interest for Justice Kwaman to chair the committee trying me or hearing me on Daniel Ofori's petitions. What Mr. Ofori's allegations seem to suggest is that a court user can attack the Chief Justice and ask for the removal of the Chief Justice if the Chief Justice does not agree with his case while sitting as a judge, or if his preferred judge is unable to hear his case. And now the judge who supports his case gets to preside over the removal process. Apart from these 2 allegations, Mr. Ofori has no personal interest in all the other allegations he's making. And he should not have been allowed to conduct a litigation against me under the disguise of an Article 146 proceeding. In 2 allegations, he's complaining that I misappropriated public funds to buy a ticket for my husband and my daughter to travel with me. In answer to this, I handed over my letter of appointment to prove that in my conditions of appointment as Chief Justice, Ghana graciously gave me 2 vacations in a year. In the Judicial Service travel policy, since 2010, the Chief Justice can never travel alone for security reasons, and the Chief Justice is always allowed to travel with a spouse or another person of their choice. So traveling on my officially given vacations with my husband on one occasion and my daughter for the second vacation is part of the official conditions of my appointment as Chief Justice. I was also not responsible for buying the tickets in question, such that I could be said to have misappropriated the value of the tickets. Indeed, if the Judicial Service was not allowed to buy the tickets for my vacation, the remedy was for the Auditor General to surcharge me to refund the money. Anyone can check out the 2023 accounts of Judicial Service and know for themselves that there is no surcharge against me or anyone for the tickets that were purchased for my vacations. Mr. Ofori seems to be alleging that I should have traveled with my police escort alone on vacation and not a family member. And this is why he wants me removed from office. And I'm being tried or held behind the walls of a Edu Lodge. Ladies and gentlemen, the question to be asked is, why would anyone demand that I go on vacation given to me as Chief Justice with my police security, instead of going with my husband or my daughter? And how can this be a reason for subjecting a Chief Justice to a committee of inquiry? In the petition I received, Mr. Ofori also complains that my family members should not have been given per diem when they traveled with me, and I have misappropriated the per diem they were given. But anyone reading the Judicial Service travel policy will find that it provides that when the Chief Justice travels with anyone, whether police escort, another judge, secretary, or a spouse, that person is given per diem. And the rate of per diem is not set or administered by me as Chief Justice. It is regulated and administered by the Finance Directorate and the Judicial Secretary. I've already told you about the retirement of the imprest. In an arm of government where there are almost 8,000 staff that I oversee, Mr. Daniel Ofori's petition contains allegation that I transferred one member of staff to work on a different schedule, and that is why I should be removed as Chief Justice. He also alleges that I have refused to reinstate two members of staff whose appointments were terminated around 2015, 10 years ago, when I was nowhere near being Chief Justice, and whose issues are still being heard in court. He goes on to allege that I should be removed for terminating the appointments of two staff members who went through disciplinary proceedings that were initiated by reports against them before I became Chief Justice. Though it is not clear to me why Mr. Ofori should demand that the Chief Justice should be removed for transferring a member of staff or be the final authority to sign any termination letter, I handed over to His Excellency the President records covering every administrative step on these matters, supported by the due process administered by the right officers. And yet, without issuing a prima facie determination, a warrant of suspension was signed, and now I'm defending myself where there is no petition on the table. Another allegation of Mr. Ofori is that I appointed the former Judicial Secretary as Judicial Secretary when she was a judge, and so I have made her inefficient. Now, anybody who cares to know the records which I handed over to His Excellency the President was that she became Judicial Secretary in 2018. She became a judge in 2019. I was nowhere near being Chief Justice. I was appointed in June 2023. Ms. Ofori also alleges that I have appointed judges as registrars, and this has introduced inefficiency into the management of courts. Again, the records will show that the Judicial Council decided in May 2023, before I was appointed Chief Justice, that lower court judges should be appointed as registrars of the Supreme Court. So what I did was just to implement the Judicial Council's decisions. Then, Ms. Ofori alleges that a certain gentleman, not himself, but someone, who had a case in the Supreme Court in January 2024, met a different panel in May 2024, 5 months later, so I should be removed as Chief Justice. He also claims that I refused to fix an application in a case that did not involve him in Accra, which case was pending in Koforidua. so I should be removed as Chief Justice. He complains that I supervise the Judicial Secretary to administer a decision of the General Legal Council, which was taken before I became Chief Justice. So I should be removed as Chief Justice. If you read all my responses, you'll find that I provided all the records behind these decisions. Then he complains that I recommended judges to be appointed to the Supreme Court, so I should be removed as Chief Justice. Now, anyone who knows how appointments are made with recommendations from the Ghana Bar Association, the Attorney General, and the Chief Justice will know that this last complaint only shows ignorance of a very long-standing tradition. It has been the settled practice for decades that in the recommendation of justices for the superior courts, it is the Chief Justice, the Ghana Bar Association, and the Attorney General who have the privilege of making recommendations for those who are to be nominated. The recommendations can be refused or accepted by the President. I encourage anyone to read the judgment of the Supreme Court in the case of Ghana Bar Association and others versus the Attorney General, 2015-2016, to Supreme Court of Ghana Law Reports 872, when this matter was even discussed, and other academic works that discuss this practice that has been around for decades. How has it suddenly become unconstitutional or wrong conduct or incompetence for the Chief Justice to recommend to the President to consider for nomination judges who, in her view, satisfy the constitutional standard of high moral integrity? Yet, despite all the evidence provided, there is a hearing being conducted at Edu Lodge. I have taken this walk through Mr. Ofori's petition to show that the allegations have no bearing whatsoever on any sensitive national issues or public safety or order, or my inability to perform my functions as Chief Justice. They also do not have any basis in law or truth. They are just an attempt to gather a lot of complaints together, regardless of whether they are true or not, whether they are justified or not, just to have an excuse for the conduct of this inquiry that breaks all the rules of fair hearing. I'll be done soon, don't worry. There's also a petition from a gentleman called Mr. Ayamga Akogo. His complaint is that on 14th November 2024, after the Supreme Court had given a ruling which went against him, I, as presiding judge in the Supreme Court, ordered his arrest without any reason. He attached an exhibit to his petition, which was a media report from a group called the Law Platform. This media report says that after the Supreme Court panel had ruled against Mr. Akogo, he started to shout in the courtroom, and that is why he was taken out of the courtroom. Essentially, therefore, his own exhibits contradict his claims. Mr. Akogo goes on to claim that when he applied for a copy of the day's proceedings, which were signed by all the judges that presided on his case, he did not see a record that he had been arrested. So I should be removed as Chief Justice. What is significant about this petition is that Justice Puaman sat with me as one of the judges who heard Mr. Akogo's case and was named as a witness that Mr. Akogo will call. But His Excellency the President has appointed him to chair and inquire into this petition, and he has accepted to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, Article 1273 of the Constitution indemnifies any judge against any action or suit for any act or omission by him while exercising judicial power. This provision was just last week cited as a reason for declaring a petition against a Supreme Court nominee frivolous. And yet, I'm supposed to be defending myself on the petition of Mr. Kogo for work done in the Supreme Court with 4 other judges. The last petition is from a group called Shining Stars. Searches have shown that no such group is registered in Ghana. Yet, it has petitioned against me, and they claim that during the hearing of the case of Afenyo Makin versus Attorney General and the Speaker of Parliament, when I sat as a judge, I failed to hear the side of the Speaker of Parliament before the Supreme Court made an order, so I should be removed as Chief Justice. Again, I can only point to the fact that no judge sits alone in the Supreme Court, and the court's decisions are the decisions of all the judges who sit together. So you will see that every decision I took that is complained about by Mr. Ofori, Mr. Kogo, and the group calling itself Shining Stars was done as a part of a panel of at least 5 judges that made up the Supreme Court. And all judges in the panel are indemnified by Article 1273. How tenable, if I can respectfully ask, can it be that a petition to remove the Chief Justice from office can be entertained on these grounds? Every administrative decision is supported by my constitutional obligations, and I have shown with exhibits, or I showed to His Excellency the President with exhibits, that each decision that was listed was taken after due process, and yet a warrant of suspension was issued against me without giving reasons. Interestingly, there have been some recent suggestions about rules being made to safeguard judges from frivolous attempts to remove them from office. It sounds like an attempt to assure the judiciary that after unconstitutional and illegal means have been used to remove me, conditions will be made safer for those who help with it, or those who may be afraid by the current occurrences. Despite the interesting new discussions of rules for removing judges, I am convinced that it is only a matter of time for the nation's democracy to experience the bitter harvest of what I am reporting. And if this nation descends into the kind of proceedings behind closed doors that break all the rules of adjudication or inquiry as we know them, after all the progress that we have made in the rule of law, that descent will lead us to a place where no judge, commissioner, or head of an independent constitutional body will be safe from compromise created by fear, intimidation, threats, or a desire to please. A new standard would have been set where judges comply with what influential persons want, or stand the risk of losing everything, including their career, their pensions, and their reputations, through the smear campaigns that can accompany the process. Any petition will be enough to invoke the danger of being removed by proceedings that are not supported by law and which can be shrouded behind high security walls. I am confident that in my journey as a lawyer, as a judge, and now as Chief Justice, there is no one person in this country who can look at me in the eye and accuse me of taking a bribe to decide a case. This is the personal treasure of integrity that I live with. So what if these current proceedings are being carefully staged to result in my removal as Chief Justice, even if there's no lawful justification? All I have stated shows that any such action would have been done on the basis of lies and violations of law and due process. As a career judge who has served under 4 presidents, from High Court through Court of Appeal and Supreme Court, I could never have imagined such irregularities possible if I had not personally encountered them. I am also a mother, and I am a grandmother, who must hope for better than this for her country, its rule of law and its democracy. On my part, I chose to respect His Excellency the President's warrant of suspension, even though it was clear to me that it was not supported by a prima facie determination that is required by the Constitution and decisions of the Supreme Court. I have chosen to honor the process set in place to hear the petitions, but I do not choose to hide from the nation that perversion of law, rules, and due process, as we all know them, are driving the proceedings, and this renders the proceedings unconstitutional. I choose to trust that such darkness will not totally engulf this nation. May God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong.
Asempa FM, Ekosiisen, Asempa FM, Obi nebado, Obibo, Ode, Asempa nabo, Obi nebado, Asempa nabo, Obi nie, Ekosiisen nie. Bonsu our Asempa decay mamba Obi
Masomo Asempa 94.7 FM. Ekosiisen Jumedie no asugu so awutie no. It had just gone by was that press conference ye di kind of true jama mo say for the first time since her suspension the Chief Justice of the Republic Gertrude Araba Tokono would be speaking to the country in the next seminar and the Yakofa the Ebrem Opotoi into a can sembe na by essentially the all Kenyan say a choir yedene faso efa the removal processes no committee na oko na nim ene adno ni nyina no ebu on mine mra eso every step of the way. Into the sound seminar etudja esan betache on the fact say na dofo ni bi eka say be yan konfa adwuma ni mpo ento ho na onkope ba bi ntina enwen no se dabe oye ne saade ya na say wa moa o man no na nioma ekoso no enyenti no e wo say ofade to ne ho so asobia why lawyer ni for 38 years, why judge for 21 years, why chief justice and so for the past 2-3 years. Ain't you also fat on a hoso na oshena oko eje o mine mra etumi edi isi ho into obekoso ako na wahwe se bibi pe betimi afiri mu aba eno ne nsemo a ode atudwa na afi oje mre na omo edi petitions ekoye no fa obi a petition one by one allegations e wo mu nyina no ohwe ebrobro ni nyina so baako ede ensem no atudwa kire se ni nyina no enyina so obi anhye da anim no krenso enhye da anim aye wo simple etimi ma obi gina so kra ka se oyi chief justice ede no efri ho oman where the Emreniko almost 4 p.m.
Well, there were a lot of issues, but the mechanism of this matter now.
Yes.
I expect the government to come out well. Yemfa esufa and I sufa whichever way. More same with one side.
Yes.
But the little I was saying is that the suspended chief justice say we panikrata. Ekofa Council of State. Na omudie gina so eno ni dinkita hokrana mejiri say your problem in this country. But me ko gina nensem na wakano so what I say. You say
but say no pa
no we pa na say the chief justice na free hodia. Well, any not to say yankasi ahihye and striking.
Yeah.
Say ni san komona okan say
Yeah, I think majority leader
subsequent
to regulate how I be justices of the
last week I said sir esana ye twa no ye nyina ya boa ye twa no ye hunu se saasa no baby ade be kokko gina no ebia na ye twa ye ni se be se correct na I too late again me page me say said the mame tokonu akano say kwadu ahodo Mr. Fori ni ayanga money omom kaka nyina de abo ayasum say ampa e wonyina so say ni di nkomo say ensem we na and I think a lot of ministers omnyina kom kodada ya anya careful crank e because the president ko say nkono so kra obeko so I want to be careful. Ko we hu no wabeka nyoma ye ne de sebe so what you say we hu no wabeka wabenwene ne nsem de ebe kombe no na anya sample na tie mame
because say ya na te dia then one
yeah mame the other side no the benefit of the doubt clearly council of state will be saying wadarma yes
if are including former
let's assume that mampanyin crowd no oni breno me gu ni table so buy no say monjina
council of the monjina
mo ko hwemo ade me de meni adaje na mo hu se nyina so bu a wo de mo amonyena mo set bibia e dia dance say uti mama from the word go there are issues and the settings are not really well but onunye the final person is it you know what can I say and emi ya say abeye nse na ho say Ghana abakose mu no yedum pempenso a whole chief justice suspended now e babenwene ne nsem na say chief justice na mu na de yede ye ni dia atentine ne ho komodien e say ye careful
very careful
atentine ho komodien say ye careful pa it biribia dan ade fa hinie atentine ho odi ho koma e say we hwe yie because e ho no ye true Timasre, it's now incumbent on the government of the day. Obi ombe pound say abotre ne ani die kwanso. Ono so mra say hu be hiampo a. No mbe chire Ghana fomu say de ma meka ye hana de bi nya sanity hana de even in responding yenye a bit measured because adiwe da we me ya jaja obi me da me ndawo. Se me fi ni class aboa me say me potential chief justice me da me na
because especially said or one of the allegations they said Supreme Court ne ma judgment ni ma anya obi de ama ni pan say judgment ne de nti ye nyina so mfa ni
me da me na
the way a judge bi wa then also no
afi wo ma obi enko hyesufa ma me na bebo ni nkura wi. We cannot say that is the entire fact.
Yes.
What we can say a conditional. Say tokonu ye mame pay ninsema waken say yes say then we have a problem. We need to sit and relook at some of the decisions that we have taken.
We've reduced the bar
yes,
the bar for removing the head of an arm of government here reduced.
And not just an arm.
Yeah, it is the judiciary.
It's not just an arm.
So, reduced. I'm hoping, sir, Newman working in any sanity. But if saying that here they are, then maybe we should be fast and get the CI in place to regulate, Article 146. And
well, that's why Paul D'Souza cannot say. Time will tell. But Ayane Yansu say, Onyi ni say. Sa ekuna ya power mu no woni betimi aba enso abeyi o se onyi se o how it will go because on how almost beba na sebi omode omanu
that's the danger because the challenge is a lot of the allegations about the lack of fairness in the process against the committee direct. What I say, a lot of the allegations are directly against the committee. Say committee na ensure Emma fair trial Emma. Some of them so are against His Excellency the President. For example, Bibioka say one of the petitioners eka say obeyi Justice Puaman as the witness.
Yeah.
And Justice Puaman is the same person chairing the committee hearing. In those things, you know,
but
it's
of us, Onipa no obo kwadusa ko yi chairman of the committee na ehwe maame say.
Yes, on the bear the witness.
That will be.
Ili amani
Obi the way there. Wadaro ma way there Mr. Bebre say. Mesre and they be that when you see danger ahead.
Yeah.
You know.
I am happy about one thing, say Oka say on resign. And he will see to the bottom of this process, and he will still subject herself, which is very, very good.
And,
at the end of the day,
you're careful not to say that is the case, but I have more room for too much suspicion to say a decision well intended, now too much of politics and propaganda. You're careful. Said yama yourself no, baby, I ain't the fan. You're careful. You better sign Bonsu Kente. You cover Chinese for Kente say a Bonsu Kente. They hear me, no. You're careful, and I'm on to be to in the interest of the country, not because of me. Na me wa bem, me wa power, me chiro baby to me wo and say o sha say o chichiro mine based on those values are the end results. No, enya papa. And obi a wo kasa bia me sira wo MPP no NDC nya you chene to ho. For ma me gina o ma me offer osewa unia baby with the Asempa bono among for the because they don't put themselves in situations people find themselves they judge with party coloration and then with party sentiments and with emotions. Meaning Asempa told down Asempa told down make unim say oh no nyame ntem kwa and unim kreno na nipa hu ne kreno enya de kitwa
yeah can say reactions are starting
a lot of reactions
it say lawyer Thadio sorry or a counsel to one of the petitioners, I think to Daniel Ofori, in the ongoing proceedings before the committee. Why you post on Facebook 12 minutes ago, or say put it in your final address to the committee. Contortions, distortions, and bad law. No locus standi in Article 146 proceedings. That is the law.
Okay, so
well, say
there should be that as we run commentaries on the few days on this matter.
Yes.
Mr. subject will be to all manner of insults and whatever. You have a right to critique, but in criticizing, know what you're about. Yes, will be a sebi. Ote da se abra no akoma akwaso. Wabenye ne nsema go. Said the area Tariff sorry achro no. Also the nsema to whether you agree or you don't agree no. Eye emra ne yede adwuma. Nti mesre say yemfa adwenche ne mra na again yenhwe say aban benya kukudro through whichever agency or means or individual or groupings. Na wona timi dia anu yi abre in times like this. Uncle Basa Obi, we have darkest day ahead of us as a country. Our beautiful democracy is at a certain crossroad. Say ya manage that crossroad ni ya. Makacho judges almost two now at Brasim. So of course that will be.
That's right.
No, of course, and that's where it's the challenges because they are very young, intelligent, experienced, exposed, young men on the bench, hoping that this is their dream.
Yes.
So what I say, say the answer come, the answer also there. It means that when the NDC also is in power. People who are aligned.
I say honorable KT Amon.
Winipa. Nano da onemi. Nano ko din komo akoka na busu efi wasem.
And the announcer say Obi, what the Chief Justice has put out are absolutely all the facts. For honorable KT.
For Onuanka say mrenu for my papa. It so oma etokuru kakra be down. No tie a fan back on side akano. So as I say, where the ono enim say sanity. Now yen so a fan back.
The other thing though, baby, there is no what's that the issues kakra wo. Allegations against committee. Say committee no man fair hearing. Say no. You and I we are not there.
Yeah.
In the end, who the ACOSO are the committee.
Yeah.
Say only fair that we also hear from the
committee.
But on the issue of the allegations contained in the petitions.
But petition Okachira say.
Yeah, that one is public.
There be Okachira say. Monfa de Ekutamu as a committee in class say Emwebra.
It says ono you so ono ne the president man.
But that's the challenge. Yes. How do you know that the president man and one is all? And no say.
Yeah, he raised.
Yeah, Monfa mama na me
yes.
Say the
president man.
What no the mama no. President ne dia mama de. But most money committee no so any day kwanso de mikutai any de mikutai and no mikutai verification double cross checking it doesn't change anything.
And for now what she shared with us your man penny the man what public domain and on America say all the issues are raised here from that so-called petition no and it's in the public domain. That is what it is in the petition. Well and no nye ade abeka say wo twen say wo beti obi nso nka ansa na watimi.
Okay.
The petition is the petition. Niome wom eno. You understand? Okay. Where I think we need to hear from the other side, no? Yeah. On allegations against the committee. Why the venue say they do law to say
it brings back memories.
Yes,
papa, you know.
Yes. One other angle in Sonny say what share the application of filing at the Supreme Court. To seek to stop and as an injunct committee in the proceedings. When him so file application at the Supreme Court say so all of these are issues and what's an application. Yes.
Clearly then
she raised the issue of
then she's speaking to what she has been served with.
Yes. It already the issue of say or committee or quiet search your man in funny phone in court. Now the other parties in the mobile phones already say on TSA say all other Article 146 office holders no your mobile Chief Justice Conference room the babe interrogate or non quad the neko Osu Christian Broadcast le do lodge already san your meaning and the Supreme Court etna say no omo to go you
obi media the mechanism baby we are at a crossroad. So as I say, we are at a crossroad. The bar bounty or disika or fesika could be I didn't know to come for the bodyguard and go, hey, me oba muati send me. I'm more privileged to enjoy me to kwa my home. China na India na say Azerbaijan na say Kaokudia. Oh, catch them say me bodyguard no. On them in corner on them could do 1 week and 2 weeks no. It's not my formula. Hey, no be more ye be how. Oh.
Oma hino kwabena santini ya tiene nkano. Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM. Anyways, ma yentie we yemra. Ode ya montran mo mamisima me won nsem binom eka ye we interviews ba ko mienu bi eye. Yene a lawyer for Ekukudambi ebedi nkomo CCA on Chief Justice press conference no ba yentie we emra CCA ye ba we'll be speaking to the former Deputy Attorney General Diana Sunabadapa yene former director of the Ghana School of Law and so ebedi nkomo na afi ahwe what they make of Chief Justice press conference no after this short break here basis here.
Ghana power jet battery hono ye no kware en sisa me to me kai ma sisa battery be de wo ko sisa me discover power jet battery what me kai nya me si kwa mu bi me ni battery issue to kwanta pa ye enti sese de ni power jet battery ambassador me mo na nkrofo ka kwa so ma me jump o mo de na makamfo power jet battery mo hu se battery mu gwa hodo power jet car battery the Roxin Ventures na go faba omo Shalom Sport runabout wo community 18 Sprinters Road from 0208090789 and 0242314774. Obenya bisu wa shama kuona so Opportunity Enterprise afi battery shop bia wabuso kan kumase kwame choba enterprise pampaso na battery shop bia waswa me mazi amako macro junction every kanswa ko winiba junction swedro magazine takwa de Asempa bia power jet battery day power jet car batteries on put that day
mackerel yasi papa. Now why not pay the pa? You are what you eat. And this a water mackerel I would do ania. Now what to papa no preko. Africa Queen mackerel. The way show no keke. No pankwa.
Nikunu say, oh sorry ate. Oh see fua. Mr. Honey. Oh say. That means so much say. Okay. Yes, Africa Queen mackerel dear. Now pound one necessary. Tomato sauce, papa will soon go home. And this is what we eat. And the journey tastes the extra. Oh, top papa no prepon. Africa Queen mackerel. Shower no more keke. Now pound one. Every year, I didn't have to your tummy.
Hello, kids! It's your chance to become the ultimate Big Chef Junior champion. If you're between the ages of 7 and 12, have the talent, creativity, and confidence to take on high-stakes cooking challenges, then send us a 2-minute video of yourself cooking your favorite meal and serve it while telling us about yourself. Then send it to our WhatsApp number 0551 575757. This is your chance to cook like a pro, impress the world, and battle it out for the Big Chef Junior title. Deadline for submission is April 5, 2025. Big Chef, good meals by kids.
Asempa FM.
Arriba! Ekosiisen, Asempa FM. Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa 94.7. Asunyine tie.
Asonyine tie Asempa 94.7 FM Ekosiisen dwumedie no asugu so a utie no ma yenam wasene ma munyina akwaba ensan famomra Ekosiisen so ye wo interviews bi e wo say ye ansan ye discussion segment no atwa moso ma mene former deputy attorney general of the Republic Dinah Asonaba Dapa Esquire eni enkomo na yentoa so honorable akwaba Ekosiisen so ni
Obi Mira, yeah, na ho ye.
Nyame adome ho ye pa na so e.
Nyanko pandrom.
Yes, in the as a lawyer yourself, listening to Chief Justice no na then run it through what dream.
Obi ene nyame ani mi se wa wani tia. Nsem ni America start to say boba. Maybe obi en mi na bia wo. Kamia ese me sesa me gina bia wasem na emomene ensem na maxien esi sese se ne nyina ni nyema pie in camera ejam I am sincere as a right thinking Ghanaian na mprepi de bia de me kan nyina ne se judiciary assembly enye Ghana pompo kwa na ha yin if is a court ha e wo ha yakui Ghana foko omo mpi ko me nyina akọ na nsem na pie ne no na mieni ni ejama yem sosie pii trese ye daate kodi mama nka bi omomo no ekuketa papa na de me de semere eye ya mama Chief Justice make one statement bi obi na no dia reho no me di ti asem ni ere sam imagine no ye semere ba Sarah this and mama sa achievement or say and I could there is no one person who can look at me in the eye and accuse me of taking a bribe to decide a case. This is the personal treasure of integrity that I live with. Obi yen na yem mumpai said that to be after 30 years the actual moment. Then you ma miss that is that moment. You bet yen ya reti to say mpo. Kwadan nan sama o kom na ni die kom nyina. We any yen na to the best out. Na ma mi sama o question so ya na if it's a senior we kind or come back could say Supreme Court nominee baako. The case I will decide once the many dismiss as frivolous Nancy one is very simple. And so no na yin nan so am ye dia suspending. Sanya me ka dada men se saye. Say ya me a lower threshold so much say. Me no tax any spend the ediate committee and more multi as a move. I will question council person increase justice is free home. In the end, the Ghana you be according to this one, mestre. One payment and mine. Now you're coming on the yeke corner. System. A dead bien. Now it's sana ye chat home. And your me and your token, and your will be paid. And a behouse. That should be a better set, my me kind. I said, what is that prophetess? What kind? Now, see, not only you know how to say it, see, I said, yeah, possible. And what on mine now? The other can't call it that should be a maybe an amazing queen. Maybe so I need it. Yakasa, the can't want it. And you know, so be a yeah, possible. May my Canada. Again, I'm coming to them. I'm a car saying, maybe I'm about to see the home phone service and I'm in information. I can imagine how to see the so I do. Now, me mum, the massage some now become and maybe looking at. Say, there is no basis for this petition that is ongoing.
The thing is, unse or taking through Neoma or no feel is a constitute unfair trial before the committee and Oriye or taking through the content of the 3 petitions. Content of 3 petitions, they are public knowledge. Obia enim at least petition be likim yen hu de ewom. But on the Ekosu before the committee, do you think say it will be fair on the committee because menye sure the committee ni be your opportunity to also respond to the allegations against them. And I also remember say sa in some wakafa committee ni hono and they're forming the basis of the petition and then the application to the Supreme Court seeking to injunct the committee from going on with the Omojuma or Moe. Supreme Court Casa Dabi in the spirit of Article 146, the Ekosiise committee no bian was say in camera. Has the Chief Justice been fair putting these things out about committee?
It is my considered to say violations of fundamental human rights, which is also a constitutional provision, said any less important and any subordinate to the Article 146 provision. Secondly, so we was filing judicial review application. Once that application has been filed now, it is now a public document which has been filed by the court. And yes, sir, who is usually one of the respondents to these applications on behalf of the government, they have an opportunity. So now, what we now cancer I was my draw my attention to committee now where else is he supposed to deal with it? Under the facade of guys to say in camera proceedings. I'm a found the association. The case is now also a filing judicial review. They say there's an opportunity for that to be addressed by the committee through the Attorney General. And secondly, what people claim say, Article 146, you see, it's as if you are arguing, say, Article 146 provision is superior to the very fundamental human rights under Chapter 5. There are constitutional provisions.
Asempa FM.
What do they make up? Yes. And there's an opportunity at the judicial review application on the rejudication for the responses to be made accordingly.
One other thing, so the part out kasa about calls are when you say beya cranka on resign on fair juman into na on rain ho, and because you are a lady or a lawyer yourself, at that point any response our mind say no, she will still fight on because on to me share some breaches of the constitution as a lawyer of 38 years standing na omuneni engu. So did that inspire you as a lady lawyer yourself?
Absolutely, Obi. Absolutely. And I think it's one of the moments man here proud because we see here and okay, aside the dispensation on it, there's a proceed with you consequently. What say? I am talk me judge be a dynamic. Public officer be a ten independent or bobo ejinameti. A corner me jilan. And you meet Okunum because I maybe I'm about to do me kind. This is a fight not for justice. It is a fight for our very democracy. Shabusha are saving Bible, let's see Nabuokuno. And your disciples of the car, Yamias and Edge, and no one, I Christopher. A Mojiabu, Sibia boy, Danibi, a traffic woman. Your sacrifice has made what happened. Say your own quite young because the head. Marita, I move with you or move you, maybe I'm found in now, what I say, a should be man to obey a chief just no swear oath, defend our democracy, to defend our justice delivery system. And to the just one then one name who has to be in the one. I cannot be okay or say, I cannot run with my tail in between my legs at this point. I should be a make of Jamie who say, Sabi obi try to me o man penane wa yes minima enye e baniswo if you should be a adwuma today I felt very proud as a woman, the strength, and then I make you because I thought I had courage, I thought I had grit, I thought I had strength, but I have found an admirer in Chief Justice Tokono, and I'm very proud as a woman today.
But wouldn't you rather think, sir? Yes, I mean, okay, or resign. Two things. One, the record that would be left, say, in the face of injustice, no, or ye come and occupy any baby tonight. And two, all the entitlement away Juma for all these years, no, she would lose same into free say nuntina was say or tokoso echo. But in your heart of heart, or share. All of this controversy, they be in the media, in the public domain, just maybe. Or penny baby kotnaya anka ebeboa.
Obi, I don't think that I'm a kind of said, oh, them make I'm going call it the people I send in a house, many people, a dance school, and Munyam Casio. And the Munyam be a denoba, Mr. Major name, who I do my day and near my put the M. Patana, a bed bamson. Na misi mi Ghana. Sabi na enu akoko grow na na e wo for e no. Na wo henfa. And you see benefit asema ye o tete mu you. Then the tete bi a wa fasa akwati council e di wujuru mu sei no. O retire na wo connect ya still the benefit. I think that we've moved beyond benefit. It's now for me the focal point of this address by Chief Justice Okonini say, Ghana, your democracy, your kebi money, kebi amemwo, is being shaken at the very root foundation. Now, mommy, you're careful. I think we've moved beyond benefits. And I think that as leaders, I advocate for rule of law, democracy, kebi money, and kebi amemwo. And for one adding, I do not think that the way out is to retire or run from the difficulties.
Do you also find, sir, Wayno might put the committee, on edge, kakra, because she made comments to the effect, sir, the whole proceedings looks staged. Now, a premeditated outcome be, and when you just to take her through the process, because according to her, even the petitions and the allegations therein, and even grounds for this whole process to begin with, to in the first place. Wayno may also put the committee on edge. Now I'm sure it was said omuyi fa cry juma when he could put you at a certain tight corner kakra ana
Obi, let's give the CJ some let's say something on edge thing. What's the majesty Sanyama wing in our woman? Let's say some of our address. Now tell this a command say so a better also very sorry as our better. And yet you were born in one castle to that's where you were born. He has given the committee the benefit of the doubt at various stages through complaints, through applications at the Supreme Court. Nobody has dared to address that, and nobody has bothered about she being on edge on these human rights violations. But we care to be bothered about the committee being on edge. because they are the alleged perpetrators of these same violations. Then it's and then your conversation with no balance with Obi. Intimacy. Say, I come apart there. What draw my attention? I was asked from the Amusi to say, I come apart to the fan. I'm moving to Yamajuma. And I thought, oh, and I say, okay, focus is catch that, and my lord, they be away a fire. I am it was okay, and you the boy. It's nothing personal. As a committee member, if I were to be a committee member and these violations consistently have been brought to my attention, in good faith and I will consider them. And where I need to rectify them, I will rectify them. There's nothing personal in raising these violations. It's a walk at it. Only found because somebody will be uncomfortable. And also the outcome and say you. Semester, in all good faith, there will be an idea say you are not dismissive of this. You don't take it personal. You can try what them are, class them. You see, I think I can tell that away I end the MY near the Mikosa and let's say a baby. Mean taking a personal, mean catching a lecture to the what kind of. What women in here and everything. If you say me, you know, percent it's so much the end more. It is why I drop my attention to be a M1. Everyone, when you said that, nothing so much maybe I call a gentleman. Like they make me idea correction, not correction. So there's nothing personal. And I always say, we are balancing, you say they are unfair. We are balancing the interests of the community. And it's not their personal interest. The work they are doing is a state work, it's a government work. So there's nothing personal about it. For anybody to be on edge, would we rather say CJ is on edge due to these human rights violations as against the committee? Let's think about it.
Mate, Honorable, BBN here, best about being Comobio. Why? Mean so Medase, I mean, Shadina Sunabadapa, Esquire, a former Deputy Attorney General. We are told, say, Enche, the government spokesperson would respond to some of the issues raised by the Chief Justice. Enti Idruha, the annonce ehon seminar. Ebebremo live on Asempa 94.7 FM. Ekosiise Jumedie eso. And so we are big on this particular development story. Inti Chief Justice of the Republic, Safi na do a feed na to her address the press no on removal the warrant to suspend her, and processes are all go through before the committee, and why she thinks her right to fair trial has been compromised. Into the Nsembe Brena Atuja, and has also gone through the petitions against her. I concluded they don't even meet the threshold for Article 146 process not to be invoked. In the Nina and Samoa, and we just spoke to former Deputy Attorney General Diana Sunabadapa on also na jointre Ewasa and Semnina Ehon. Also, or Quine Saudi jointre Ebebrain 0548 443 523, a WhatsApp number, and on 0548 443 523. Obi, this is indeed a political statement. Tokono has an opportunity to present her case to the committee in camera. So why come out to make this noise? She just wants public sympathy. Obi, if there is anyone doing propaganda with this process, then it is the embattled CJ. All the issues she raised in her press conference were thrown out by her own colleagues in the Supreme Court. So what at all does she seek to achieve with this press conference? And I ask again, is Madame Tokono the one to determine the venue where the case must be heard? Obi, did I also hear her lament about some threat? As a lawyer, if you feel threatened, what do you do? She must spare us the book of lamentations. The suspended CJ must know that the law is the law and shall remain the law regardless of her rant. Kojo Dankwa, a Deputy CEO, Student Loan Trust Fund. Hello, Obi. I've said consistently that some politicians are dangerous. They show honesty in the sight of men, but covertly act dangerously when man is not in sight. This current government, when in opposition, demonized every decision of the erstwhile government without proposing any strong alternative decisions. Now they come into government and seem to now approve of all those decisions of the previous government. Examples include, but not limited to, the decision made by Honorable Haruna Idrisu to discontinue the procurement of food items by headmasters of secondary schools, the decision to ban excavators, as well as the decision to repatriate foreign nationals engaged in galamsey. Need I say more, Obi? Now, the LGBT with a revered monument at the background, and no one is even talking about it. Thinking my small corner in Tema, Godi, and Odiwe praying. Obi, in my opinion, what the suspended Chief Justice has just done only serves to confirm the growing perception among Ghanaians that trust in the judiciary and justice delivery in Ghana is steadily eroding. Her press conference was unfortunate, perhaps even ill-advised, but she now finds herself having to face the very justice system she once presided over. Seeking justice through the court of public opinion will not alter due process. To borrow her own words, the law is the law, no matter the noise or attempt to gain public sympathy. Obi, if indeed she has no case to answer, why then have all 5 of her legal suits been thrown out by her own colleagues on the bench? That raises serious questions. Until we fully hear from the other side, can we all exercise caution in our commentary? The suspended CJ should return to the court to address her grievances if she genuinely believes she is innocent of the allegations leveled against her. Thank you. Paul De Suso. Obi, I'm listening to you live from Bawa Law Consult in Jowolo. Has anyone accused the CJ of taking a bribe? Diana Sunabadapa should stop playing the emotional intelligence. Stop playing on the emotional intelligence of Ghanaians. Eric Ewuzi Arthur Esquire and on the way up. Obi, the Chief Justice has summarized everything for those judges who think they stand firm. Dear Eyano se ujina hono, onshe yena wanshe se. If even you sack her, the whole world now knows the baseless basis for removing her. Ghana's democracy favor the mighty, as Plato put it. Gusty man is in Brekum. In fact, from the very beginning of the petitions being leveled for the removal of the CJ, Justice Araba Isaba Tokono, she has been consistent in her pronouncement and defense. I'll come back and continue this message, but my main lawyer, Ansa Asare, former director of the Ghana School of Law, Eni Nkomo. Lawyer Kwabana, upon to saying,
upon me,
yeah, Danyamia say, na, and the Major Uji Mre Timitie, her leadership, the Chief Justice. Now, as a lawyer yourself, no Utie no na Edena and Namu trim, what was running through your head? Oh.
The Chief Justice. Na normal queer. Na obeka public. Na wa palumu public. Na ovira was money break man na say then.
Asempa FM.
Kwese sale. Ena ni bufu na public a. Eno dey go for betty man say sale dey on the law no keke no kire na we to just so. And he said normal Korea minute na say year na also okano na waka na nya all you need and black pants of ram
enti na wo ka say ohun sa nyoma nkoya on function ne ho no go through process ne sa na wo
you sa
na if nyoma na enkoye ne border on breaches of her fundamental human rights, which are also guaranteed in the Constitution, under the guise to say Article 146 should be in camera. Article 146 is a provision of the Constitution. Inti onyina no so, none the fundamental human right are ye breaching on your home. Is that what you are proposing, lawyer?
Yeah, Chief Justice. On this me ana who or Chief Justice. Onona ajeji semine court semine yi nyina e da ne treso na Afro barometer for last year, say 86% of Ghanaians say confidence or judicial system. Now say the head of the judiciary sorry, public. No, go catch him say, "Mia system no kwa mia me confidence who say, enye more mine no. The first way chief justice no doesn't mean say oye bibi na say e be ha o mine no da chia na ye no katasumu ambaso na ye kule na ye say ye ne sa be bia atia no mo men kan kire no say atia wo ye wo judicial councilor wo mo na constitution no up say bibi say bana wo mo ntumi no chief justice no ana oti training no and chicken common on chair no so ye na nia enzi so ye na say no enye first time amaka say after they have been deserted it is say aka oni ni kru ne ba oba na ye nani aboni di otani aboni di no and say nka basa the frustrations and ode ye nia why no she has been pushed to the kwa obia anyi no enti no say no nebeba mra and aba and say so pra na wakoso aye enyefe and fataki justice.
Enti when you agree say the oil na be out of frustration say we push obia emfi no with the allegations or raising against the committee anyhow or more conduct sittings no say conventionally no omo sittings no chief justice conference room ono kwani the idea they call Osu Christian Bock Castle a national security facility. It is just to intimidate her. Any other allegations against the committee, you know? Now say on fast answer, non fan coin.
Ye mount the baby, that the piano a one so a one no man corona by. We chief justice, we chief justice. Asempa and now a committee no say. It's not sorry chief justice. The woman no conference room. So the conference room or Kitwa do the coffee team and also one. Not to be new. They no call chief of staff office or Jubilee House of a complaint. And it's a candidate in seat of government. Osu Castle. Now we go this and come on way or no more. They need the NSA, and this is what they call or they bad public. Now, I say, what we intimidating? No, what is intimidating about? You want my homo here tomorrow? That's a petty comment. Go man on brace. Then intimidation. It's impact. But you know, all said and done, no, my submission is simply this: for a chief justice. Chief justice is there. You know, my public name confidence in the system you are to pretend in. Na the one that uko a bedroom na pete udanedi. The one that need confidence on system no. And the me court na imilusiki then America.
Yeah, but you should also know, lawyer, respectfully say the committee settings no enye a court of law properly so called. And
on the court of law properly so called. Let me clarify. Committee dia lawyer na chair no a court. Committee dia lawyer and the chairman no a court. It's a court properly so called.
Very well. I'll defer to your superior opinion. But my point is if, for example, say we a chief justice enne na you invoke Article 146 against you, and you will go through committee sittings. Na say committee na ye nyoma bia a breach your writer. You are saying say o de be hye wo ho kom committee na de omo report eba na report no mo recommend say yenyi wo emfri ho, knowing very well say the president is bound by the report and who need any right to appeal the findings of this committee. O say obeye kom sa ameye lead you out to the slaughterhouse sa na woka.
That is why appointment bia no e wa hunsunja. Chief justice say so say that will be the trigger Article 146. And trigger the 146, no. Loopholes be it is a says here, no. On my Lancashire Ghana mine, it is a game, say Article 146, no. And this is why I have to be impeaching president and I did remove speaker. In the point I have to be impeaching president and I did remove speaker, no. Then first why so constitution here don't say OST why I did you know and one why I did chief justice. And yet OST no not any chief justice. I didn't say a procedure OST no procedure no any chief justice. Chief justice, no, or one of 3 arms of government. In the can why impeach president, no, you have procedure and so. You former chief justice, Super Kufu. No, my sister, Article of the procedure, no, don't. It means Niakosi interest and the woman is at the end of the day, not only will the truth come out, but also it will be an eye opener. I'm on my nuna that say, we be Argentina 3 arms. Near Nudia, a chinchine, Nabaco, where it matters most, a soft. I would a can na tomb. And a new mom, and as I say, and I'm not for P one after. So I say, your own name. And he said, she's not fighting a losing battle because at the end of the day, we are all no, it is shaped, now reshape the Article 146 CJ removal process. And American said, and she said, or didn't kono ebe for the general public, no a kayenso, ako ntokwa, enye kokaye, ubi ako kan ntokwa, na ye de the swaye. Na ya dan konwo kaya de bi wo mo de soba bono onko yi na no e wo honom se ne ti bia no enye afebo kese evura ebejo enchenche e wo na afi senka o cooperate ya anka em say by June ending July ending na nka ye yi na nia ekoi enye ene no more KP. What attack a president? So I say, in a way, no, she has attacked the president, and this all yeah, she has attacked her fellow justices of the Supreme Court, and this all yeah. So she is now inviting the general public to take side. Yem them, and that the 125 clause, 1 and 2 of the Constitution. Yeah, 1 year rule as citizens of Ghana, you rule. Yeah, but we know where to participate.
Lawyer, attack on president near dear Hino.
You mean?
Yeah, what's it? What attack a president with in the press conference? I'm say attack near dear Hino. What did he say? A constitutive attack on the president.
President now set up committee. Now, Oko petition. Now say Bonsu committee be a president now set up. Now, petitions no kurano, Samarin ni saponum, and or the Abete and Fan Army. Are you not attacking the president? When they set up committee, under the Constitution, who establishes the committee? Yeah, but, who determines whether
are you by that saying, sir, if she finds the allegations in the petition frivolous, only the right to make those public? Is that your argument?
My argument is that if the allegations are frivolous without any merit, and therefore they must be thrown out, it is not to the general public that she must send and make those submissions. He must go and make the submissions before the committee established by no other person than the president of the republic. And Article 146 doesn't give any iota of participation to the general public. The process is such that it is the petitioners, the president, the council of state, the establishment of the committee, the chief justice, and then the final verdict. Nowhere in Article 146 can you find, a provision that allows all the chief justices as done this afternoon. Nowhere, in Article 146, will you find, a provision that, lends legal support, to a chief justice to come and attack fellow justices on the panel.
Very well. Lawyer, I would want us to continue, but the government responded to the press committee. We'll come back to you. Why? Yeah, that's a point. Lawyer and Sansari, say Minister for Government Communications, the Honorable Felix Kwatiofosu responded to the issues raised by the Chief Justice Yenkoni Nkonkotie.
To comment, because those are matters beyond the purview of the president or the government.
Asempa FM.
A number of things were at the media engagement that, if left uncorrected, could create an erroneous impression and project government in a very unfair, unjust, unwarranted light. To begin with, we respect the right of Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice, to express any view that she holds about the matter in question, to the extent that it is consistent with the rules, because the Constitution makes it clear what the processes are in determining a matter of the sort that we are engaged with. The Constitution requires confidentiality on the part of all parties. It is a reason why the presidency, on behalf of His Excellency the President, has refrained from commentary on the matter beyond stating what the President has done in compliance with the Constitution. So it would have been desirable that that constitutional provision was respected by Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice, so that we do not have to engage in public commentary up until the time that the committee looking into the matter makes their determination. We are compelled, however, to correct certain misimpressions that were created at the briefing. To begin with, let me point out that as yet, nobody has been able to ascribe any known verifiable constitutional breach to the president in the way that he has handled this particular matter. From the very first steps in this matter, the president has kept fidelity to the Constitution and has respected the spirit and letter of the Constitution. Everything he has done has been by the book. That is why all those who have commented on the matter, including Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice, have been unable to point to any specific provision under Article 146 that the president has been in breach of. Second, in terms of confidentiality, the president has acted strictly in accordance with the Constitution. At no point in time has the presidency put out anything in any way, shape, or form that remotely resembles any of the contents of the petition. And the only communication that has gone out on this matter have been about the steps that the president has taken in accordance with the 1992 Constitution, Article 146 to be precise. 3, Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice, all but insinuated that there was some political agenda at play to oust her, and that this whole process is the result of sin. Let me place on record, without fear of contradiction, and let me be clear that no such political agenda exists. His Excellency the President took an oath to which he was incidentally sworn by Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice herself. And in that oath, he swore to abide by the 1992 Constitution. He is enjoined to act a particular way when he receives petitions of the sort that he has received. And that is all that His Excellency has done. He has had no choice in the matter. The President cannot say that he has a view about how things should be done. And therefore, if petitions have come, he will fail to act. If he did that, he himself would be in breach of the Constitution. And therefore, he has been enjoined to act as any responsible leader or president of the Republic of Ghana would be required to do, as stipulated by the 1992 Constitution. The fourth point is also that we cannot have a sacred cow mentality in the way that we handle state affairs. Every single public official, from the president to the speaker to the chief justice to Supreme Court judges to ministers to all public office holders, are bound by the provisions of Ghanaian law. Indeed, it was the former Australian Prime Minister, Kevin Rudd, who once said that when you join the game, you play by the rules. So no public official is allowed to raise him or herself above the laws of Ghana. It does not matter how sensitive your position is. Once Ghanaian law dictates that certain processes be undertaken in respect of some alleged misconduct, the rules must come to play. And that is the only guiding principle that President Mahama has operated by in all of this. So any claim, any inference, any innuendo, any imputation of a political motive to the president in respect of these processes are unfounded, they are false, and cannot be allowed to stand. And I wish to place that on record. As yet, absolutely no evidence of same has been furnished in any way, shape, or form. And therefore, I am minded to strongly reject that effort. Unfortunately, Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice herself, has added to this commentary, which initially was the tone of elements of the opposition. And it is deeply regrettable that this should happen when the president has been above board and conducted himself in strict compliance with the Constitution of Ghana. The other point that I wish to also place on record is that the attempt to link the dastardly killings of some Supreme Court judges and a military officer to this case are most disingenuous. To begin with, this government and President Mahama have nothing to do with the killing of any judge. Second, there's absolutely no nexus between the petitions that have been brought and that unfortunate incident in our past. So any effort to link the two is regrettable and should not find space in this sort of discourse. It is most undesirable, it is most unacceptable. Now, the venue in question is the Edu Lodge. Yes, it is close to the Osu Castle, which used to be the former seat of government. As I speak, there are government agencies that operate there. So it is a public place. The Osu Castle is a public place. You can go there to conduct official government business. Beside it are private residences owned by Ghanaians who move freely in and out of their residence, even though they are situated very close to the Osu Castle. So the impression that a facility in the vicinity of the Osu Castle necessarily makes it intimidating or foreboding is completely misplaced. It is unfair. It is not justifiable. Now, Edu Lodge is a state facility which is often used to house high-ranking officials who visit the Republic of Ghana. It belongs to the state. The decision to use that place was not that of government or President Mahama. The committee requested that they needed facilities of a certain status that could house their activities and that could facilitate a smooth running of the proceedings. And that facility was available. It is equipped with modern amenities that will facilitate the work of the committee. And the state only offered it upon the request of the committee. Let me also state that that facility is not intimidating. It is like any regular state facility. where business can be conducted to the extent that it is put in the right shape. Wherever these proceedings were held, it will still be in camera, as clearly stipulated in Article 1468 of the 1992 Constitution. So that the proceedings are being held in camera is only in compliance with the Constitution. So it doesn't matter where it is held. And any security measure put in place is only intended to secure the place so that persons who are not authorized to be part of the proceedings do not come there and create any inconvenience. I believe that even if the hearings were held at the court premises, it will still be under significant security controls to ensure that only authorized persons have access to the place. So to describe Edu Lodge in the terms that her leadership, the Chief Justice, did, was most unfair and unjustifiable. It seeks to obscure the process and bring in unrelated matters that seek to cast some aspersion or ill motives on government for affording the committee a place to do its work. As I indicated, we have no interest in violating the Constitution by going into the merits of the case. And that is why government has refrained. Let me put it on record that government itself has had cause, indeed the president himself had cause, to lament the way in which some correspondence around this matter got into the media. You will recall that the very first sign of any leakage was the letter that the Chief Justice wrote requesting for copies of the petition. Before the letter got to the presidency, it was in the media. And you recall that in the president's response, in which he also took the opportunity to forward the petition to her, we raised that issue, that it was not acceptable. Indeed, we had cause, the president had cause then to ask his executive secretary to mark the documents that were being sent to the Chief Justice in order to guard against any leakage. So at no point has anybody leaked anything. Also, it must be noted that even the media houses that first broadcast the content of these petitions were media houses that you can say are aligned to the opposition. And they are the ones who have gone to town with this sort of thing. So to attempt to cast aspersions on the presidency is most unfortunate, and it causes what should be a smooth process leading to the determination of the merit or otherwise of the petitions that have been brought. So in summary, I would say that what has happened today is most regrettable. And as government, or as the president, President Mahama is committed to upholding the rule of law. We cannot have a situation where, depending on who is involved, the Constitution is set aside. All Ghanaians are equal before the law. In the same way that our courts have dealt with individuals in accordance to law, if members of the judiciary themselves are alleged to be engaged in some wrongdoing, the processes laid down and spelled out by the Constitution ought to be respected. And that is exactly what has happened. I thank you very much. If there are any questions that you have, you may ask them.
So,
yes.
The embattled Chief Justice made reference to veiled threats on her life, and much as you're concerned about sticking to the sanctity of the constitutional procedure she needs to go through, you should equally be worried about this threat on her life. What's government's response to the specific issue about threats on her life?
The Chief Justice, more than anybody else, perhaps in this country, should be aware of the platform that is available to address such threats. Kamala, if today somebody sends you a threat, you know exactly where to go to seek redress in the matter. And that is what I would say about it. Yes, Akusia.
One of the groups that petitioned, the Shining Stars group, the Chief Justice in her press conference indicated that her research done by her team show no traces of authenticity when it comes to that particular group, that the group has not been registered. Can you authenticate that group
if we know anything about the shining star?
First of all, I'm not sure whether there are provisions covering this, whether there's a requirement for authenticity, as it were. There were also individuals. How do you authenticate the individuals? What matters is that they have raised issues. And the Chief Justice was given opportunity by the President and the Council of State to provide initial responses, which then form the basis of the determination of a prima facie. The President, in consultation with the Council of State, came to the conclusion that there was a basis to proceed further. The President then, in accordance with Article 1466, I believe, set up the committee, as spelled out by the Constitution, and gave them the petitions to look into. The processes have been ongoing for quite some time now. So as far as the President is concerned, every law, rule, or regulation or process that has to be adhered to has been respected. So I do not know how this particular matter in any way impinges on the integrity of the process that has gone on so far. But then again, the Chief Justice has had cause, at least on 5 occasions. The Chief Justice and others, I must indicate, have had cause at least on 5 occasions to go to the Supreme Court to seek redress in the matter. And on all occasions, the Supreme Court has upheld the process as is currently underway. And so that, for me, should resolve the issue beyond any reasonable doubt. Yes, Max.
Yeah. Okay, so my question is there any timeline that we're looking at for the committee to finish the work? Because in her speech, she made accusations that there's an attempt to frustrate her. There's also an attempt to intimidate her to get her to resign. And she made that point clearly and forcefully that she's not going to resign. I'm curious to know whether there's a specific timeline by which this hearing, should be done.
As I've been at pains to explain all evening, the President can only proceed on the basis of law. The law spells out what can and cannot be done. The Constitution does not set a timeline, and therefore the President cannot impose a timeline. Indeed, at this moment, the matter is entirely out of the hands of the President, insofar as it is seized with the committee. The President cannot direct the committee on anything that they should or should not do. So it is only they who can determine the processes that are laid down to undertake this particular activity. And as and when they finish and make recommendations as stipulated by the 1992 Constitution, the President is bound to act in the manner that they recommend. So I am not in a position to speak to any timeline, neither is the President. It is only the committee that can determine when sufficient time has been had to look into the matter. Yes. Is there any? Yes.
Mm-hmm. Are there any specific reasons why the hearing has not been done in
communications? And I'm responding to the press conference, Chief Justice, Her Ladyship Gertrude Araba Isaba Tokono. Until you've heard from him and Neoma no person responded to from the press conference were responded to. I was here about studio near Baby D and Komo Bama Yentie Wemra Yeba the Honorable Kojo Edua Sare Abekansa Ewa former MP Adentan constituency and Dennis Miracles Abuaje and so Ewaha anyone Baby D and Komo Ekosiisen On Asempa Munchan Yeba Sisia.
Ecobank Mobile to make me say, oh yeah. Ecobank Mobile to make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy, yeah. Oh yeah. Download it. You go enjoy it. In my chain. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit. You can pay school fees, even just tights with the Apple. Ecobank Apple. Life is easy with the Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and
virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the EcoBank mobile app. You know, it's 5-star life with EcoBank. King promise. Saswabo. Sasso, sasso, every mosquito started run away. Sasso, sasso, it's a woman tonton preko. Sasso, kum tonton preko. Nani sham ne die edemo stronko.
This advert is FDA approved.
Hello, Ghana for bills are canny hubiamo. Bills set 2025 year. And it does so homo bia what you walk on the edge of my ear. Ain't if I when it's bills, na beji loan na ubet media ya wow ejuma. Way alone don't come me. Wun yashio. Nye wun hiane wu Ghana card. Na wun saka usika. Na sa we obia we ya wow ejuma upese wutremu. Anasa we ejume niya. Uji busumi ya ketria. And your bills se bray. Na beji lona. Wun febi BS yawa. Collateral. Anasa deposit. Wun hiemu bia. Ain't ya fade bills se ubia wuni ejume bia ye. Ubetumi abeji loan don't come nubi. Na sa wut's nefie na we nyesika nubi dia. Eye wow. Ain't different bills se siya. It was 0596-920-833. Ana 0302-200-390. Na wetumi echiawo bills. Nemo echisaya kakrawo. Bank of Ghana and Sasha Bills Microcredit in Chishayase. Bills, financing your needs.
Say a kind, so what all Nioma a free useless enterprise. Who know who the biara da? If we say, well, 500 watts solar generator, a soundproof. Now, how who enter full beer. Nasa auto gensets, a 1 month chain, what the bro, as also installed them out free of charge. Ya won't ya capre, and Niji Sam say, so when the cania a will fear, and Asem poor Jumamua, dear Wiana so better solar panel, a free useless enterprise, and more someone, and a free no quid. A one last topo. Shoshuacha Quine, our Adrigan Bridge near 69 American House, a Champo Junction, Bawalashi, Newtown Junction, Ashaliboche, Social Welfare, Medina, and Afewokwa Dantan Swa, our Ridge Junction. Telephone 0203 005498 and 0248 169258.
Hello, kids. It's your chance to become the ultimate Big Chef Junior champion. If you're between the ages of 7 and 12, have the talent, creativity, and confidence to take on high-stakes cooking challenges, then send us a 2-minute video of yourself cooking your favorite meal and serve it while telling us about yourself. Then send it to our WhatsApp number 0551 575757. This is your chance to cook like a pro, impress the world, and battle it out for the Big Chef Junior title. Deadline for submission is April 5, 2025. Big Chef, good meals by kids.
Frustrated with outdated banking experiences? You deserve an app that makes your life easier, not harder. Say hello to the CBG mobile app, your new cool way to handle everything banking. With biometric security, lightning fast mobile money access, and one-touch bill payments. Banking has never been this smooth. Stop imagining when you can live a life where your entire banking world is in your pocket, ready whenever you need it. No stress, no fuss. Don't settle for less. Experience a more superior, convenient way of banking today with the CBG mobile app. Banking made cool, fast and secure. Welcome to the good life. CBG. We stand with you.
Me say, oh yeah, EcoBank mobile to make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy. Yeah. Oh yeah, download it. You go enjoy up in my check.
appetite with the apple. Ecobank apple. Life is easy with the Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with Ecobank. King promise.
Me kwami bampo penny market ya enye insupa na yesta ibisano anton so abobu esan se me packet ya miensa pe me ni thank you emom do fo bia do me wa bombo se me nkope tank nto na din tank na meta me high syntax tank din na echepa syntax tank benzu ne kita warranty bebre syntax tank na face so uni my favorite color no tank ben ne betima ya mamie syntax tank obia se syntax tank case close triple tank hwede ya chro eye SINTEX syntax tank na eni na bebie syntax tank eye strong eye tough
Ghana Fui Franco Esa the electrical appliances for just washing machines, Asian women yopo, CCTV cameras, and need all clear. I be you know that several mobile phones, these are iPhones, Infinix, Nokia, Samsung, any the account, anyone says you na Franco. In our binya the papa, ne water foam say Franco air conditioners, every 1.5, adequacy 2.5 horsepower, Samsung Franco TV, every 32, adequacy 85 inches. Franco, essential tabletop, double decker, any chest freezers, and change in a mahoden cry. Franco, Kwabata be a benwo, name of head office, a wada braka, one in Roxy Cinema, Nedian, friend 0246 422 338, and a 055 5939 311. Franco, electrical appliances, papa, if
Semisoriano pa, Kel Chaco toothpaste na me de twitwi missing. And mommy confidence, the money nyina.
Se wushia ama na misifit gusuna mesrea. Eya wawawu me de Kel Chaco toothpaste. Ene twitwi missing. Oba de ni pa e wo bidi mu no. Ene de aye Kel Chaco toothpaste. E boy sin ho ban e free mowa e boy sin mu tokro. E sin ahye ene enumunka. Sure say amani Kel Chaco toothpaste so nie. Yet center for.
Media magical Chaco toothpaste at tubu. Me shina no pa na dwa me kodano. E ma me sinye fita. Confidence level kwaso entibinama na me sin 32 ni na guso.
Enkane no ani ama me no bidie twitwiri yense no asaya bebie mu bidie wo Kel Chaco toothpaste mu no MSC fita e mana hoden ne sayi nka bia no wonum ye hwam enunti mo amonom cafe wine any tobacco e kamo seso no abama mo Kel Chaco toothpaste sankofa yenchi
Kel happy smile
FDA aji edwadin krato ya tomo
Yasanko for Babiebo Ghana for Asempa FM walk with the stars. Asempa FM walk with the stars. Coming soon. Hey, DNA Yamsa. And you stay soft concentrate fabric softener. I was such it move. You're sending this say, but you hear my tina watch. New units now watch. No, be a baby, some demoni in us. DNA Yamsa. Fekwe yesim biara association Ontario uses stay soft and if you it's now watch na ni Bonsu da from cra e fabric soft na e near say sir choose to stay soft ne hu so say no FDID edwadin krato yatu.
Happy Father's Day to you.
This month of June, buy everything in Max Buy at extremely low prices. Fathers are heroes. Celebrate Father's Day with us. Come shop at Max Buy. We have a special promotion just for our men. Why shouldn't say auto 43-inch TV, sound bar, any hair clipper, and we see can endure 3,000 Ghana cedis crab. And as a water tabletop fridge, swallow maker, any blender. I know so we see can 2,000 cedis bo. Get this amazing combo offers and save big time. Avoid paying full price on a single product. Choose bundle, save pocket money. Choose bundle, save full money. See the name cost no na max buy prices no go from na customers need J. For further enquiries, call us on 054-401-9552. Max buy dear, a happy life ampa.
Happy Father's Day.
Do you suspect you didn't get the right amount of fuel? Do you have issues about the quality of fuel you bought? Or did you experience bad customer service at the filling station? Don't stress. The National Petroleum Authority, NPA, is here to assist you. Reach out to our call center on 0302 550 380. That is 0302 550 380. Or feel free to walk into our office located at Jowlu off the N1 highway or any of our regional offices to make a complaint or inquiry. If you experience any of these at the filling station, you have up to 48 hours to report it. NPA, where customer care meets excellence.
Chris, download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy. Yeah. Oh yeah, download it. You go enjoy up in my ramen chain, in my ramen chain. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just tights with the Apple. Ecobank Apple.
Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with Ecobank. Can promise.
Every dream starts with a prayer, and every prayer ends with a promise. Because of a small investment made years ago, a proud parent's dream of seeing their child graduate becomes a proud reality. Even in retirement, these investments continue to grow, creating the freedom to live and laugh well, and to support the next generation with exciting and inspiring new business ventures. At Blue Financial Services, we turn your smallest deposits into life-changing returns. From first steps to life's greatest milestones, Blue Financial Services is with you. Dream bigger, trust deeper. Visit Blue Financial Services today. Your future starts now.
Call us on 0303-968-196. WhatsApp us on 0501-609-958. Visit our website at www.bluefs.com.gh.
Hey, DNA Yamsa. And you stay soft concentrate fabric softener. I was such it move. Just send it this way, you might now watch it. New units now watch it. No, be a baby, some was some demon in us. DNA Yamsa. Fair quiet, yes, in Biara Association Ontario. Use stay soft and new units now watch it. Nanny Bonsu tap from cry. A fabric softener. And yen yes, sir. Choose to stay soft. No, so say no. FDIG a dreading crowd to yet.
Bills are canning who be more. Bills set 2025 year. And it does so homo bia what you walk on the edge of my ear. Ain't if I when it's bills. Na beji loan now, bet media ya wow, wejuma. Way alone don't come me. Wun yashio. Ye wun hiane wu Ghana card. Na wun saka unsika. Na sa we obia we ya wow, wejuma upese witremu. Anasa we jumenia. What you busumi aketria. And your bill set bray. Na beji loan na. won't be BS collateral and asset deposit. We hear mubia. Ain't ya fate ye? Bills a will be a 1 year to maybe ye. Ubet to me a loan don't come in ubi. Nasa what's nephew and away, yes, it can be dear. Hey, wow! Ain't it for bills a sia? It was 0596 920 833 and 0302 200 390. Now what's to me a bills? Name HSA Kakraw. Bank of Ghana and Sasha Bills Microcredit in Cheshire. Bills, financing your needs.
Arriba! Ekosiisen, On Asempa FM. Ekosiisen, On Asempa FM. Obi nebado, obibo, ode Asempa na bo. Obi nebado, ode Asempa na bo. Obi nie, Ekosiisen nie. Bonsu awo menesempa de brane mamba obi
Masomo Asempa 94.7 FM Ekosiisen dwumedie no asuguso a utie no ma yenda munyina asene yema makwaba ensan fa momra Asempa FM so me de kind to manim se yenya empenyefo mieno ewo studio ha Dennis Miracles Aboaje aide to the former vice president of the republic and honorable Kojo Edu Asare, a former MP for Adentan constituency and a former presidential staffer wabe cancer ewo studio ha nti yema wana kwaba na afi yento ankomo so 28 minutes after 5 on Asempa FM. My main kind was a discussion segment, no? Franco Trading Enterprise, Millennium Insurance, Tabia Herbal, and a Felisco Sound Ghana Limited, and a Airboy. Miracles Aquaba net saying.
Obi. And yet,
Asemba Naba.
I don't know why, but I get a sense, I say, and this is for my cast spell be good on my nose.
Sir.
Because you see,
Asempa
FM. Who didn't hear? I say Chief Justice here say we. And I mean, my friend say a serious matter because
before now say who man for ni mo.
Before yes, say when I don't expect anger, I expect sadness. I expect. Person me who are who be. Person me who say. I don't know. Obi say Chief Justice of the Republic by media engagement there. To be very fair to her, that is I didn't know anything. It means that I say avenues in
I block it.
So, and me share posture, any demeanor, the Minister for Government Communications within 10 minutes. I'm a many or no so, and the big kasa any demeanor. That's one ntokwa. I didn't even someone say a due process a law.
Yes.
Not in that law, they say can you imply and see us if we almost come on more campaign at DHD. What shall come to be saying? I go say no. Now if you don't more campaign, will be it's a sad situation. I am shocked. My kind mamino statement wrote 3 times, and I'm asking myself, where are we headed? And you see the reason why I'm saying that, and I say, eventually. When this woman is hounded out of office, what would we have done to our judiciary? Because my minister to maybe or let's say, you see, she made an important point. Say it's not about her.
Asempa FM.
It's about the process, and that if it succeeds with her, then it can succeed with
any other
person.
Yeah.
I think for the very first time, Amamiya Semi by Ghana maybe it's time for all of us to say, shall we pay attention to what she's saying? I think that we need to listen to the woman again as a country. to be very honest, I think we need to listen to the woman again. Because Obi, if this thing succeeds, any government can succeed in removing the Chief Justice.
Sir.
The process is
the majority leader can say Abanye consider to introduce a bill that will regulate.
Have you seen any law, even our constitution, that has entrenched clauses, has a way to deal with the entrenched clauses?
That's true.
Even our constitution that has entrenched, even after the entrenched clauses were introduced, another law gives room and shows how to deal with the entrenched clauses. Yes. So there can never be any law that will safeguard. Yes, if this process succeeds. Me kasamano, and me kai say odibema no difo, but I'm concerned. So we are not talking about any other person. We're talking about the Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. For a woman that has been doing the private legal profession, how many years?
A lawyer for 38 years. A judge for 21 years.
I mean, together 59 years of being in the judiciary space. Basically, she's gasping for air. She's crying for help. The woman is basically helpless. She's sounding lonely. And we are quiet, all of us. Because the government is gaslighting us. You see, Felix speaks and he's basically telling us, "Your kind of man in here, and son of a saying that basically that's what is happening. Why? After all, until we are any pan of Naba. Sandy Pana didn't be ban, won't Sandy Pan also have issues or being so pay? And all of these things, what even makes it concerning is that on Mampini, John Dramani Mahama, Ekayo, the member of opposition said, Mammy, on into me, Juma. Or by in the 120 days, cry. And on one and Crawford, I could pick a petition.
Ghana for be the petition.
Ghana for being up. You see, sometimes, oh, yeah, the answer won't say a become as an Obi, and don't gag me, Obi, oh, yeah, the answer.
I am Gakolo.
The lawyers in NDC for lawyers. That alone is enough to conclude on a suspicion. Chachuti Kata. Tadio, sorry. I am no lawyers. Third one, and a year
Oliver.
Nipamians are winning now. Or Muhwine, and I'll bet you back. I say, oh, yeah, non-partisan minded. And it's a big worry. A hard dream. Not just as some now opposition. Why would you say chinchina? It's a yima. To hell with her, to hell with anything. Do it. And what even makes it embarrassing? How the government is the one speaking for the committee, a committee that is supposed to be independently working. Why is the government the one speaking for the committee? It's a shame. And I want to tell Felix, it will serve him and the government a lot of good if and then they should appoint a PRO for the committee. I know, normally every committee should have somebody that at least comes to, brief the public. Committees and commissions usually have that, and they need to do that because it's embarrassing looking at him on TV attempting to explain. What are you explaining?
I think the explanation was based on two issues. One, the attempt to say the Article 146 process now President shares here, as a watum be in the process. Felix attempted to rebut that. And number two, the venue of the hearings, Christian Bock Castle area.
But why is he the one explaining that? Why?
Buying the make it facility.
And I'm a committee, committee can decide to change their venue and make a request for same. So the committee should be the one explaining. Say we don't think there's anything wrong with it based on your mandate. It's really you. The woman has read specific things about the venue.
Yes.
You are not there. Or fellas, or committee and why are you the one speaking to the committee's issues? You are not the own venue, Obi. Mame no wakasa no waka the entire office venue no nye proper. Let the committee come and speak. And that's what I'm saying. Say, be a committee in PR until Felix Kasamba, he doesn't look tidy. Like it doesn't look clean. And you look at tidy crowd. It's beginning to be an embarrassment. And I'm telling you, it will be a big blot on the minds of this government and everybody that is involved in this if this thing continues this way. Come on, stop it already. When you're the nako. committee, or legitimate concerns, let the committee speak. Obi mami meka na dey baby cross say petition no kra mo say atwetia no kra no wa request from committee no kra committee ni so mo mfa ma no.
Yes. Or say president the about president the amano. But occur as part of protocols before such a committee, the committee hearing your case should let you know what they have against you.
Of course.
But committee is
it is possible that there
might be different.
Yes. And when we say obi betu aka say by standard procedure and I say no the amount. But it possible say bia there me hwe mu kra me dey respond any be a committee no kra so kwa me sure say but I see a variance. What I have been served with from the executive seems to be at variance with what you have.
Yeah.
Shall we
reconcile?
Yeah. Why are you doing this? And why are you the one speaking for the committee? It's not your business. Unless the suspicion that a lot of people have say more influence committee, is true. I don't believe it. Because Obi Makase, ye the BBA abedi agro, but not the judiciary. Ye the BBA abedi agro, but because you see, when we mess up with the judiciary, all of us are in trouble. All of us. If we create a monster and a kind of judiciary that we seem to be heading towards now, we are in trouble. The only thing protecting us, the only place we can run to settle it is the judiciary. How can we have a judiciary that none of us trust it? It's a problem. And all of this started from utterances of the president. When he was in opposition, Ukushia lawyers, NDC lawyers, Catchroom say, as I say, a fixed judiciary, but you to me fix it with the same chief justice. That is the number one problem. For me, it was a needless comment. And I'm sure today, if the president has an opportunity, he will never say that again. The second one was when the president on live TV on TV3 told the whole country, speaking to his friend is saying, party lawyers, told them, say, the judiciary, no trusted judiciary, because he feels that the judiciary is packed with politically tainted people. And today should be ready. Now, obey your mampenia, obey elevate your munina, obey elevate omo dodwana to the bench to balance the partisanship at the bench. What have you done to us? What have you done, John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency? What have you done? Obi, that is why, if within 100 days you go and appoint 7 judges, everybody who have heard this statement and comment will say, are these 7 judges coming to balance the bench? If they are they NDC? These are very venerable judges, people, noble judges, people who have been doing this work for a very long time, for years. But today, based on these comments and utterances, anybody that points fingers at them is justified. Because by appointed judges, you are going to appoint judges who are politically tainted to balance the bench. That's the point you made. It's on record. I beg you. He's still the president. He would still have he still has an opportunity to fix this. Because if he doesn't, he has 1,262 days to leave office. If he doesn't, and he allows this to stand, and it continues this way, he's going to be home regretting this particular action. I beg him, Your Excellency the President. We can play and toy with everything, but not the judiciary. The judiciary, no.
Felix Busa question is rebuttal. Say, Obi Enka, that singular breach, our man penny aye in this whole process. So Obi and Timmy Anka breach there, then people should allow him.
Nobody is going to pick any beef with the president and Felix and the government on law.
Okay.
We are talking about the intent. You're a lawyer. Don't judges even jail people based on their intention, and free people based on their intention. Obi to me Kobi, you say no, you share there na you say only adwin so be kuno. Obi so to be Kobi, cry bo cry no to say one shada. I say no. One sembi a wokaye. Wokoda no eba ne se na wokoda wo de dade hye wusumi ase. Eba ne se na ansa na de besa no yehu se wo se dade na no. Until you premeditated.
And a circumstantial event.
Obi. Makacho say law no mean co school ni you. But meaning papa. Ade ba ko pe and separating me from war enemy. It's a minim say ye throw affidavits. And the minim say the minim timeline. Oh, that technicality na musi law school no. But say yan come brand party obi. Minim papa. Somebody say me sorry for this law. Now we law school professors na oman jimintia. It will be.
Yes.
In all honesty, and yet the premeditation of the president. You see, if John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency, never made that statement, I don't think Sir Mekranka would have an issue with this. But this is a government or more opposition. No? They called the entire superior judges unanimous FC. They had issue with every single ruling that the Supreme Court gave while they were in opposition. They called them names. They called them bias. All of them. From the president himself to the last person in the government when they were in opposition. So when you come, then immediately you come, cement prices are going up, we have energy crisis, you have reduced, your friend is saying, fuel, and yet prices of goods are up, dollar is down, and yet prices of goods are up, you have sacked and terminated 35 times. Just I want to mean but want to mean time. Say I want promote Chief Justice at all costs. Obi, people will have issues with it. But they say, asemi yeke maamene ka asembi ewo ne press anim. I want to bring that matter to bear because Obi, we are running a country, and the country that we are running, we are going to face the consequences of our actions and inactions, and at all times we just have to be aware of it. Okasembi, adie we he me hu ebebe ya Obi was statement no.
Yeah, I have the statement. I mean, baby,
Obi, I'll say, ladies and gentlemen, let me say respectfully that the current bizarre proceedings I have brought to your attention presents a twist to our nation's democratic journey that we ignore only at great cost. My humble view is that Ghana has come too far in the 33 years of the Fourth Republic not to be alerted about the unconstitutionalities around these Article 146 proceedings that seem designed not to affect just me personally as the Chief Justice, but all judges and public officers subject to Article 146. If it is successfully carried out without being questioned, behind me is every judge in the country. Behind me is every commissioner or head of an independent constitutional body in the country. If this model of removal can be tried on the Chief Justice, it can be repeated with everyone. I am not countering these processes for myself, but on account of the leadership burden I carry. If the nation is willing to accept these developments, it must be understood that I sounded the warning and the nation took a decision to be passive about it. I cannot share the burden of those involved in designing and implementing this enterprise of pretending to use Article 146 procedures to remove a Chief Justice through unknown and unlawful means by keeping quiet about the violations of law, rules, and due process. Neither can I make their burden lighter by resigning or retiring, instead of proving that not even one of these wild claims in a collection of petitions is even remotely true or meets the standard required for removing any judge. Obi, we free me. I can tell you that the country needs to go back and listen to the woman again. It is time for this country to listen. And Brass will say, "Yebiti mamini biem." O the ensen ko tie ne kakane hwe de o kana ntoso mu a ye movie on because Obi, you see ma mena nsem no, is there a single one I yente wa bonten that? Is there any issue in the petitions you don't know? Yes.
Allegations in the petitions.
Yes.
No, I know they say no.
Is there any issue around the removal of the Chief Justice we don't know?
Your name.
Enti Osei masem no maka wa bonten that. They am making na maka that. Enti me mesremo. Esa na se maka bibia wa bonten that need petitions equal call presidency and leaking identity. Mr. Momayen telecast me here and over TV so no be answebi. Some me far so be a share. Some me be my be a I don't know person better say.
The Supreme Court has decided.
And no, why did they even go to the Supreme Court?
It had to
the
be
committee, so and
it's being held in camera. No,
Obi has Matthias here, but I'm saying that the Supreme Court, no.
Yes.
Monso maame na ka asem ya mo ankasa mote court ye mate nsem ni nyina awie ene maame ni pie no obekasa okọ no nkwane side committee no so pie no obekasa ono so call ebia na say Felix e kasa ma committee obi e ka ne de Mama Ghana for nyina hwe yanka we nyina mba. What are they hiding? What are they afraid of? Yes, there's a constitutional provision, but that is what the Supreme Court was called on. What are they afraid of? What are they hiding? What is their concern about the fact that mena menya asem, mena ya tro asem afa me ho?
Yes.
Mena ya ka me nsem, me se me mfere ho. Ye mo bi anhwe me, no bi antie ne ye bekoso. Se meni gu ase obi anim. Why are they worried?
Yeah, but say when him go ase, it is about the office and not about
office. Now when him say about the office na petition ba mo amuliki no. Obi, what are you talking about? The government has already run the office down. It is not she who is running the office down. It is the government who has already thrown the office into gutters. Not she. She is a victim. Why are we making her the person who should? She is a victim right now. What to office not to a mountain that. Mona mo di office na go got him. Mona mo tete office no so that. Maka me ho asem. Me say masem na maka no egu me nim ase. And so still me pese obi a hebi. No be ehu me. Why is it so difficult? And then mami isi oba committee no so a omo de competition ne bae no. Omo mbra na me toto oma no. Na me miso omo nsam ebe boa na mo tumi hu se de omo kana no kra mo se de bi ye mo mba.
Na omo witnesses ne beba.
Omo witnesses ne beba. Ye mo de omo mba kra. Osi okay, petition no kra mo de bae no kra na e wo mo ho na anu nti ye te ha no. Mo ma me copy. Na mo form evidence ne de omo de ka hu nyina. Mo se ye mfa ma wo. So what are we doing? What are we doing, Obi? What are we doing? Why? What's going on? Why are we doing this to ourselves? Obi, into Yemun Shisho. Yemun Shisho say if a chief justice can be treated this way, then none of us are safe in this country. Are you not worried? Are you not afraid? Now, are you not scared? Are you not scared that 1,262 days from now, you are no longer going to be sitting here in a capacity as a member of a government, and that it can be anybody at all? Forget about MPP. Obi, forget about MPP. It could be CPP, it could be PNC, it could be Cheddar. Are you not worried that you are setting a precedence that is weaponizing a law that is not intended to be weaponized? Hey, it's you never chance to say, are we going to pretend as if everything is okay?
Okay.
Are we pretending? Are we just going to block our ears to the cries of the woman? The woman has been crying. She's been calling on everybody in this country. Nobody's listening to her. Lawyer, and then the government comes and is gaslighting us.
Lawyer and Sansari say we hear me in the interview no. Or say the woman ni any moment or the reduce confidence in the judiciary because or a chief justice na say wako committee na nim na nneoma mpo nkoya on function no on go through process no anyway in the interest of the judiciary.
Obi so nim say me uncle.
I'm sorry. Oh, okay.
No, he's one person that has always been even asking me to go study law. Main person change it.
Okay.
But we training me so say bibiche madri and I say me person me come as a menka. On the training me, he actually taught me to be assertive. Obi, respectfully, as a lawyer and Sasari Ekan, ono ya aware say ono no in that situation and ko be worse. Na say or court case be a war a friend say Kofodia High Court. Okoba ya grant interview. Onye fi court one grant interview. Onye fi court one grant interview. They be am hwe. Me ba chowe ba. Me kasem. Oh, say me dey kasem. But you see in this case, don't see the woman as you see her as a victim.
Yeah.
Lawyer Sasari. Onye fi court oba ya oye. And I have actually only been following the court cases and understand the issues based on the briefing in our media. Mame no, wako Supreme Court, wako letters, wako petitions, waye do beke bia, nobody's listening to her. Rather no, ye ono notifie, ena government friend say functionaries no, eba media no mahoro no. We say on the money on function no. What is a very important question be say on function no one ye fem piano nko. Na piano kwa na remedy say ade na appeal woman committee na juma na appeal woman. Inter edition no. Sa appeal woman a na nka betumi aka say wo de be hye wo ho. Na wo wie na say wo fi say omo mba into the conclusion na wo pa. Na why identify say issues no. Now they are kwa appeal. But the appeal ni wo. O say on function no ho. Wo fansa sa winim say o ya we minimum no pa or ya aware say ono na
you I'm told sir, the honorable minister in charge of government communications or a quick input of person making honorable fellas kwatio fosu honorable akwabe Ekosiisen so ni
oh me that's obi
na apomu to saying
oh nyame adom ho ye.
Okay. The presser and in response to Chief Justice, no? Did you seek to speak on behalf of the committee, me Pacho?
You see, it is an unfortunate question, and I will be silent.
No, because an allegation like that has been made.
But Obi, you see, you don't just take an allegation when you know the fact. Me bar presser, I say you. I don't know whether you watched it live.
We picked it live here.
Where did you hear me say something on behalf of the committee?
I corrected that, but because you're now on, I want you to state.
So if you corrected it, you don't even need to ask me. Because I said, I'm not going to comment on the substance of the petition. But the only reason why I'm commenting is that two things have been said. One, the whole process now is a political agenda to oust the Chief Justice. And two, the venue, which is a state facility, now has been chosen so that memories of the killings of the judges will be used to intimidate the Chief Justice. Because a state facility, a bind there, and so if an unfair, unfortunate accusation is made, I must correct it. I stated clearly, said there's no political agenda anywhere. The people making the allegation have not brought any proof. Number two, make I say, till now, Obiam pointing to any constitutional breach on the part of the president, including the Chief Justice himself. And number three, Edu Lodge, a secret facility, a state facility, a bank castle will sue. But in that vicinity, there are private residences. So it is not a vicinity any accessible. In fact, Castle Nankasano, it is still a government officer. There are public officials who work there on a daily basis. The committee said they needed a placer, a secure they can keep out unauthorized persons. And we have this facility. Sometimes in Penifu, if you are on it, and yet, baby, if there are security arrangements, it is only so that unauthorized persons will be only somewhere because I said, even if it was being held in court, to the extent say it should be held in camera, no, so they will put security arrangements in place to yet the basis for any intimidation. And then finally, if you link this venue to the killing of the judges, you are not being fair, disingenuous commentary. Because so it is only those things that I have corrected. Like I said, the specific claims are all here about what she perceives to be violations by the committee. Now, I'm not going to comment. Your committee, and we are sure say if she goes there to raise the issue, they may respond to it. And then she's even going to court on some of the issues at court. So, I have not spoken on behalf of government. Presidency. Like I said, President, I follow due process. Now, if as indeed has been upheld by the Supreme Court itself. I'm not the spokesperson to the committee. I'm a spokesperson to the President, who has had a role to play in the process. It is that process, so be baby, it is my duty to correct it, which I have done.
Very well. There are those who believe, maybe and just maybe, a committee, should probably have a spokesperson to be dealing with some of the issues are directly against the committee. Or shares our opinion?
It is up to the committee to decide what they will do. In fact, they be away presidents and the government need to media or committee to direct them as to what to do. And now I'm planning to make us a good committee, even though he set it up according to the law. So if there are some suggestions, it is up to the committee to decide, say, and now but as for the bit about confidentiality, a constitutional imposition. It is captured in Article 1468.
Yes.
So it should be held in camera. That one is a constitutional imposition. You may disagree with the provision, but that is the law. So that would be my position on it.
Very well. The other thing, Felix, wait, final question, sure. What some have called the optics for Ghana. And if the international community is watching, I am young, but I don't think an instance, a Chief Justice addressing nation through a press conference under the circumstances is government not worried about the optics? Are we communicating?
Optics, baby. If the Chief Justice decides to hold a press conference in the midst of a hearing, how does that damage Ghana's image? It doesn't.
What can after hearing?
You see, we can't say because somebody has commented on the processing, the image of Ghana has been damaged. There will never be a judicial hearing.
Asempa
a man for one Abra America, Roe versus Wade. A leaky is the Supreme Court overturning our ruling. No? The President of the United States, Vice President, leading senators, congressmen, civil society, lawyers in Penifo, they condemn the Supreme Court of the United States. It didn't destroy American democracy or governance. We take the view, say, merely because somebody has commented about a process in tea, and papa. We can't do that. Abra, Justice talk on or duty said Chief Justice. She was a subject of criticism in the course of her work. Supreme Court, ruling now. People criticize them. Obi, we a media person. People criticize you. Me as well as justices will come criticizing you for your line of questioning.
Yes.
Does it mean that you won't hold your program? That your program no abort. So, as far as I'm concerned, if you are able to point to a constitutional breach and an infraction, and other say, yeah, Yatoto Emranasi. But the no say nobody is able to point to that. People are expressing views about the merits of the case. They are entitled to their views. But at the end of the day, it is a process that has been set in motion. No? And now, the same way, but whether you agree or disagree, you comply. In fact, that is the basis of an orderly society. And there are countries that their presidents have been impeached. South Korea, in the last 2 years, no, the presidents because of the system, no. It does not collapse South Korea. South Korean democracy has not been called into question because of that. I think that we have to be fair to the facts. There is a processor. Chief Justice say or they on no femudie I was no. That's who no. If in the midst of it she comes out to condemn them, it is her own view. It doesn't mean that necessarily implies that the process is flawed. And I said, and finally, Obi, we can't have a sacred cow mentality. Obi and your maimua or bro mraso. Or manteni or tekunyaso and next mama. Ochina, the Obi, who's to say why you be a constitution. You can trigger a process for his impeachment. If we have a country, people in sensitive positions cannot be removed through due process. Then we don't have proper systems. So, no matter who you are in this country, we debate Yamra, Yadobe. So that is the time that you can say you have arrived at a stable, orderly democracy, as opposed to creating an impression, say, merely because Obi is sensitive internal, and I say somebody works in a very lofty position. She is in an important arm of government, and when the Secretary say, but merely because of her exalted position, we shouldn't trigger the processes to look into that. When we do that, then we become a failed state. Then we are revering human beings as opposed to strengthening institutional arrangements.
But she also makes the point, Felix, fidelity to constitutional processes a border on fair trial is as important as the outcome of the process. And for example, or raise the fact that the committee's decision to permit two of the petitioners, Mr. Daniel Ofori and Shining Stars, not to testify to enable me cross-examine them on their petitions, a flagrant abuse of the Constitution. You don't find that weighty enough?
Obi, it is up to the committee to respond to that. Maybe to make a committee, but here is the Hobby.
Okay.
But even when she was Chief Justice, they should not come under criticism for processes that she superintended.
Asempa FM.
Obi, you out.
Yeah, that's true.
Or your Chief Justice, no. Her decision to even transfer judge now or now, opening case no rule is the noble trial. Was it not criticized?
It was.
The ruling of the Supreme Court on birth certificate was it not criticized?
Mm-hmm.
The decision not to allow Jimensa to testify in the 2016 election petition, 2020 election petition, was it not criticized?
Yeah, at the time he was not Chief Justice.
It doesn't even matter. But I'm talking about the institution.
Okay.
Of the judiciary.
Okay.
Indeed, many of the cases are watching us as Chief Justice have come under scrutiny. In fact, some of them even allegedly form the basis of some of the petitions.
Sure.
So that in itself does not mean the institution into me because of concerns, criticisms, or disagreements. But as I said, it is up to the committee to listen to what she has said and act accordingly. And that is actually not what I seek to respond to. What I have responded to are the references to government, any political agenda. Those ones border on the involvement of the president. Correction. That is all I have done.
One reference is to make here to government, I think, and none may have escaped you. Osei, and I quote with your permission, Felix. Osei, interestingly, there have been some recent suggestions about rules being made to safeguard judges from frivolous attempt to remove them from office. It sounds like an attempt to assure the judiciary that after unconstitutional and illegal means have been used to remove me, conditions will be made safer for those who help with it, or those who may feel afraid by the current occurrences. Despite the interesting new discussions of rules for removing judges, I am convinced that it is only a matter of time for the nation's democracy to experience the bitter harvest of what I am reporting on. Felix.
Nobody in government has said that. It was the majority leader who is an MP.
Yes.
Even he will be entitled to his view. Then maybe the processes require refinement. There's nothing wrong with expressing such a view. And indeed, Parliament exists to make laws, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
And now, number two, MPP4, NEGBA4, have they all not come out to say it is too easy to remove a Chief Justice based on the current dispensation?
Yes.
Have they not said so?
Yes, they have.
So why would anybody there have a problem with an effort to address that, even if it were to be assumed that is actually what is going to happen? So first of all, nobody in government has said that. Nobody.
I don't know official government position.
There is no position, whether official or unofficial, by government. It was an MP, the leader of the majority, and a cast assembly. And he's entitled to his views like everybody else. So to even count that as official policy is most unfair. And not something that you expect from someone of such high caliber. For instance, if I had gone out to express such a view, and our president and anybody associated with the government, then there's a basis. But even then, Obi suggestion or the other, so it can be the subject of debate. Why a constitution currently is there not a process to do constitutional amendments? There's a process.
There is.
Abra MP before Abemono. Honorable Chairman Bonsu, did you not lead the process for constitutional amendments?
Mm-hmm.
So if things have been done in the past and now things are being done presently, now Obi should say, why should that become an issue? Why is there a problem? Are there no laws that have been amended? Obi.
There are.
Yes, I say amendment. And you might know to me, it's not everything that we can do now because now it has become unlawful and I say improper and inconsistent with law.
Sure.
So please, as I say, and that is why I say, Obi can't say more. I was here, so that we don't allow flippant claims. Say Obi Kasaba committee, and I say, listen, that is not what has happened.
Felix, me dase pa for your intervention. Bibi any ebesi di nkomo bio. Why?
Me dase.
The Felix Kwachi Ofosu, Honorable Member of Parliament for Abra Asebu Kwaman Kese in the Central Region, Minister in charge of Government Communications, and Amoten. Miracles wrap up now, Honorable.
Member. Say Honorable Denya. Ne government ko no kase we no beka. Communications Minister kase we are.
Oh that.
Saka sara kase dey. Ampo say wa kasa
General Secretary betra.
Obiba.
Ampampa I 11 Matias. Okay, won say Matias. I 11 Matias. A balance it. Obiti.
Yes.
Felix. Say me kai initial me catch you say Nisia prophet no mo hye nkoma no mo ye campaign the TH say the way am commission bebem. He doesn't have to explain all these things. The fact of the matter is that his attempt to even respond to Chief Justice and claims based on an ongoing committee we reinforces Chief Justice pointer or making several other Ghanaians point to make say political. Who doesn't know that they were political?
Yeah, but so one Kasama committee.
No, Kasama.
I think that point should be made clear.
But no crampo there. Mimpo advice impo say beya. One say be a committee. Okay. But that's just by the way. Whether he spoke for the committee or he spoke for government, why is he interfering in the committee's work with the accused? Because basically that's what he's doing.
Interfering.
Yes. He's trying to shape public narration. Not be a day nkola. Anybody say na mbese mo di agro. That's what he's trying to do. Be listen. Your maame no any obi na impugn political witch hunt on the woman. My catch will say, let's do this. Is it not true say Omampenishia lawyers we no kai say they need to feed the judiciary, but they cannot do with the same Chief Justice?
Yeah,
haven't you heard that? Yes. Is it not true that he met lawyers of the NDC lawyers and said, say the bench is very partisan, and that they need to be ready to be elevated? Is it not true?
That's true.
Into 100 days later, who is Chief Justice? You think that somebody must say it before it makes it the case? The case is that you are being political. There is nothing about Obise. It is a fact. I told you earlier on, say, Senka Mampenia makes a comment on what's in opposition, and can will not be here. I don't know, Felix Kasano. In his attempt to deal with whether it is political or not, when discounting and answer, when refuting our claims now, you make it so Mampenika opposition. What can say a chanopa Dominic and Sheni ya meshinasum. Mishia na chanopa na Mashi Dominic asum. Explain meditator was Debbie. Man can say, oh, I said it. So what did the man say? So he should stop what he's doing. On Jaikra, Messia 1,262 days. He should be worried. He should be worried about the fact that we are see first Ebia perception about judiciary. It was a perception that Ebia some people may have about the judiciary in terms of being biased or partisan. At that point it was a perception. But today, what Felix and his government have done, they have established it. And I told you earlier on, say, based on commentary you're making here, say they need to elevate NDC judges to balance the bench, It is easy for anybody to conclude the 7 now with the Abbas here, NDC for. It is a Obi Supreme Court. No go share judges 7 years back. No dear Semutiana. Then the Panabeka say, Mahama, His Excellency, NDC judges on the buy, Ebia, or NDC need to do dear Semutia. Mona Maye, and your judge now. He cannot run away from it. What he should be doing is to apologize to the country for such an unnecessary comment that was made by the president at that time. Because me wrap up. In Koma ye data ye di san komo yi simply based on commentary na on Mampeni den ye no. Senka wa yes commentary na. Anka will not be having this conversation. And he needs to acknowledge that and say something to the country about that. We cannot pretend as if the president never made that statement. We cannot pretend as if the president never said that. We cannot.
Miracles made us say why. Messing about home, I mean, honorable. Now,
maybe my last one. I'm the
yeah, last one. Yes. Maminti honorable.
Kasa 18 minutes and Felix. We also 5 minutes.
We be kasa 30. We be kasa 30. They are not the car Felix and guy. They are not the car Felix and guy.
Me man na kwa banya butre.
Boko video kakra ye bi. Oh, ejuma de ye bi. Don't say me a kwan bia so.
Yes.
Me tana ho my common.
Yeah, that one I know.
In the last few months, yeah, a friend saying, you can't say, near marketing kitchen beer. Yeah, did you try? As of now, I've employed about 22 people.
22?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, new business.
Brand new.
Wow.
Brand new.
Wow, that's impressive.
And there's opportunity to do some more. Me know that is my area. When I at least create something and people are able to. I feel very fulfilled with that kind of
in the new business
cleaning
area. Oh, cleaning.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, cleaning.
As a way open for cleaning contracts.
Oh yes. So I'll person mommy cleaning job. Just call me. I'll just bring my proposal. And yeah, we'll do a very good job. Nasa me cleaning in London. And I only. Now cleaning. I can't say cleaning. I have a food and answer offer. Try any mop now or the cleaning. Oh wow. Mop there was special way I assume. And yes, how we now which. Yes. Take what you said, young one, then mop ya a strategy. You hold it in a certain way, it becomes light in your hand. Until you shove in back and forth. Now you don't feel any stress. So a buffer near the tree carpet tree. And also, sir, who call Somu now for say ye chia who near the Somu. Who be you now watch ya now, Jina. See, I shed that trail. So, so you don't put stress on it whilst you are using with manipulating the machine. And a friend saying, yeah. A friend say, yeah, the Hoover, but could be brush here, the scrub it, floors near the machine and Kazakra to me too, because of his soon on any weight. Cleaning is not just a matter of meeting, yeah, will be there. It's a skill. So, we started something like that. And, like I said, so far we have about 22 workers. We hope for some more
contracts.
We'll survive. No worries.
Could you do us? No, brutal.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Obi. We feel say Felix justice to this Chief Justice issue. Kakra be back and say this outburst from the Chief Justice shouldn't have even come up, because you see now Miracle say she feels left alone. As I say, or ye be man for because this particular issue, to a large extent, she doesn't enjoy public support. From my very candid opinion, she doesn't enjoy public support. There's that groundswell who expect to say even among her own peers, you don't get that sense of support. What I say, like that.
Judges, no.
Yes, comradeship, and I say whatever. You can tell, say something was wrong. Another something has been wrong, and probably her absence seeks to even put certain things right. So, media, honestly, my advice. Unfortunately, she has stated point blank, saying, "Nyadia or Babi Jai." But media, you see, listen, we get wiser. There are things that you should allow posterity
to judge for you,
bring justice to you. Well, and a man for a train wa bosu, but that should be something will crystallize. I bet man. Way then it brings clarity, and I say exonerate you strongly. And then you get the people who never stood for you and stood with you, no, you get them now to just say, what are reparations in your man? You may not expect it.
But I also say, Ujai consequences near me.
NSA.
Number one, NSA, it would seem, say, in the face of injustice and a breach of the laws of the land, or no, as a lawyer of 38 years standing, as a where Johnny went to me and that breach. Number two, everything she's worked for in the professional career, losing the entitlement.
Yeah, it is. You see, she had an option earlier, to have resigned and called the entitlements. Do you understand? She chose this route. It is she should not foist her own decisions and its repercussions on us. Are you understanding my point?
Me too.
Or no had that onerous responsibility. Say, look, I said me resigning at this point. Me de me bibi abekofi. Say me trim 10 times, so I will lose it all. That decision was for her to take, and she chose the latter. And you know, untimi njina no so emfam be for it. Say. Because it's here. No, what you time? Just say this thing exonerates you. Well, now the other so about exonerate you are conduct count. Do you understand? Conduct count. When I'm with judges, me back out now. Me case me kai. Okay, hey, you dey mean car man for you. KKD, KCB. Yeah. The first appearance in court, only a Asante Bediatu. Only sport I want to call.
I'm about to see you. Ted Baker.
And you know your friend saying the judges, you can't say the reaction to that.
To dressing.
To dressing, no.
3-piece suit, Papa.
Yes. Any check, you know, check correct. Wording, you know, and one a lawyer, one the accused person. One judges a lawyer snankasa. Someone himself and no more deba. And no more deba or to one lawyers a cat as a massa. So dressing way. So you could not judge anymore. Same way. Says I say corner for a south. What you say?
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, you are an officer of the court, and you know these things. It is a walk now, raffle. Omoya and panel almost almost was 7. They are some crowd beton chain, and they will deal with your conduct. And I know, yes, sir.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, before say, or no, haven't climbed up to that level and the hierarchy of the judiciary, no, she should be clothed with this simple, ebebuanama. And then your friend is saying, Ansasari.
Okay. Lawyer
Ansasari can say, endure it. What you say? Endure it. You note them down. I mean, because, like Felix also said, court there, once it's a human institution,
yes,
omuntu nye sacrosanct, bibia nye Holy Spirit standard. Nti there, timatobi ebeba, omuni yemu, obi kasa bi okokan ye, obi word bi oko yusu ye, and something will trigger something. Inti no, paddle no, ude sa ebuo na mo court no, mo you have over the years, you have I'm trying to get a word. Ma try ma sa ora no, wahu. A court premises, no matter how small the room is, Say judge tiakonyamu sakonyan nai ba kokra bua. There's a certain aura that and takes control, authority be take and it makes you about dressing obi ojina go be gate na no behwe say we okay that's me call na me share me shades almost see me yi na me say aden na me you see, I thought sometimes they should also ask, why are you wearing shades? Yeah, it's true. Makoya me friend say surgery. And ya prescribe ya mama say, mama share light direct for some time. To say crew no I will we no subiu. Timi the shades say bar. And yes, me life taken and no, you can't wear this thing here. And I'm saying, please, you should have asked me why I'm wearing it. I have an eye print. Me we no share me no who said, and I said, okay. You see, so like I said, they have a way almost share demeanor, and there are police people there. They show me bina any court no they will drag you out. That's true. Yeah, so I believe say much the same way. You should know these tenets. Now with what you are doing, impugning all manner of against the judges who are sitting on a panel from judges pool like the committee, yes. Okay. So committee members, and it leaves so much to be desired. What I say, that is my position. Okay. Say, I mean, look, we all pay for what the roles we play in life. Well, me personally, I'm political. I don't say partisan. And you may, but if I would take a little detour into that area, Baza, and MSCC, our team will be. Felix mentioned this friend said, Isi Mami Casey. Baza, Casey, she was the loudest mouth. In the case, it's not a lie. It's not a lie. I said she panel she was the loudest mouth. I want to talk on for the first time. Get to talk on people that say, oh yeah, later I even found out Madame Fubi, the sister. Okay. Because me na me nim no Saki, me nim talk or no. So now, but almost that time no na Saki no town feature war ni dim. It's not get to talk or no na about. And na me who almost watch it. This was like 93 or baby. Tina, the memory was in a song. It on never see. And people say all kinds of things about Omo judgment, Omo ma. Quotations are a friend saying, if you sow the wind, you will reap the whirlwind. We heard them from the court.
And it was from lawyer Tatu Chikata.
Yes. What I say at the time, no, they in a man Tatu Chikata. Na yemi call. And she was gasping. He was gasping for breath. So he had to say, and just say literally that would be so. But the Lord no, I said no call like neck pressing be abem, and he had to take solace in Hosea. Is it 4:7? Say 8:7. Move back. What you say? Ain't you know? There comes a time in a man's life where what you expect you don't get. What you say? Yes. Some moment be and our baby. maybe at a certain point she never thought say or no so one day
obedrew her
obekwa kujina the other side
Asempa FM
of the issues. Miss Mitiwe my dream and said me life I can ebe 13 I don't know tomorrow. It's ye na yen to ya buyen to ya namo in a sense a day ochina because judges ni biana e actio
judges ni bi na ye the acting as chief justice
yes.
Judges ni bia
I feel say ho nye there or is that say obeka like you be you na I mean scheming swom Otiman say scheming swom because obi court and so be etimi aba it machinations near there. Don't also forget there was a Friday in this country the case Supreme Court case been say Fridays usually Supreme Court they don't sit, but there was a case which was filed at 12 midday our Supreme Court, and within a space of 1.5 to 2 hours the Supreme Court had empaneled on a Friday and we had the same day at the home ruling eba bonti.
Yeah, the Chief Justice has that power.
Wonderful. So let the committee that has been empaneled to do this work also have their power. It's as simple as that. You had that power to tilt things to like in your conventional. You made it to be. You had the power. Yeah, kasa
Asempa FM.
Yeah, okay, you know. And what you wanted to do is what you did. So you wielded the power and you used it and utilized it. Why are you now? Obi or no so yamanos our powers no. Would they come? Let's be fair to each other. And me, like Dennis said earlier, I will agree with him. Said the committee should have their spokesperson, so that issues like this, when they come up, almost with me my perspective, a free almost so side, so that we can have a balance on these matters. Because was Felix, he gave us the areas he wanted to touch on, and he did justice to that. But it still doesn't answer all the questions.
All the questions about the committee.
Yes, yeah. As quickly as possible, if they can appoint somebody to take up that bit of it, so that it's not like they coming to shed light on the substantive issues, but for perspective, I want so on what has been alleged outside. You know, now you pet this one-sided narrative. Now I say, wow, sabi uye abain hunipa. Uko kana wan kani ya na I say u kama abain ana bibi. No, I don't think it helps. Anyway, nimu ya na omu a friend said, but my no ye stubborn.
Yeah,
my stubborn.
Just stubborn.
Yes, and meaning so quite sorry. Paying for one, sorry.
Okay.
I see.
Sorry. Yeah.
On by my side, me also on by my side. By this time, what?
Only the bekasa.
And yeah, me must be me penny.
No, soft penny in the bekasa.
Soft penny so who are dear kakra. Who petit takrem kakra. Intimation say Bianca over. But meaning so baho. Last minute, but now I dream good at that.
Mama, me na just saw be pepe.
You see, I say akodape ade kokko ehu.
Ade damna manechere.
Damna manechere no. Ananya like I'm saying, the people seated there no. Justice poor man in Crawford. Almost any power. It is always stubborn. You are also going to
almost know the corner.
What you say? Chada be a beche. But a chenina a chegu a call account. They're taking their allowances. And I'm a committee.
Me name so much allowance there.
Oh, sit there. I'm just sitting there. Yeah, be mom we aduane di. Yeah, be ye near marketing kitting. Fuels near there. I'm de record. Yeah, they will take it. The old drag case no more. They will still be taking theirs. You will be spending more. Because who there says ya block. Who near ma kakra. You know, for me, I think say. Penyifo ne ntenase na omo ne nkasa na isi yenye bibia nso na listen a politician but ya na mu ya betra ha mu kan sema na ko trigger nema wan hwe ya hwe penyifo no chief justice ne justice in penyifo ne ade look they are lonely because of almost kind of juma.
Yeah.
You're lonely. Nti only a bisu ye adamfo. You get to know at least a woman almost so a certain wish be. I guess all person ye partisan and also perban be asem but almost so obufu saka bibi kra na mo so mo ne no ebe susu ho enya say case o but like aban hihye bi a mo ye ubedi o madwun efa ho ene de kika ka ho so that it doesn't always become official. Otimase can create a certain sense of camaraderie. What you say? Say, if you are buying decision, be a person take it. Now, chief, patrols are the way. Most so perspective. To be some 1 or 2 sheets a year of where you on this particular matter. You think, say, they also want to belong. They want to see the country. What also vetting questions say be so mo bebrebe almost suggestions so mo dey where is it going to end 16 years 18 years only you saying and I shall be trim for all this while so when was out is our case Ekosiisen
so if parliament is minded that they make laws until if they have to amend any of our laws that they have to fortunately I'm the kind of parliament
then I just say why should it even take
this
long for this idea to now come out. It might have sat with this man for a very long time. I say yeah, they've cut your laws one. A year it be money. Who are the people he can even talk to? Because you say judge there. Say who call jogging on police ne diwechi and just say when say who got baby a tongue be a crime just how call be. Just say you've been locked out of so many things. I know how it feels to be where she is. Penyifo ne ntrance.
Enkasa.
Na omone ne nkasa. Na sa penyifo na nso biom. Omombom paye na ma menentimi so be cut all around all out nso dia. Omombom paye man na at the end of the day untimi ntite no ho. Efrimu. That is all I can say.
We are in a crucible and heartbreaking listening to the CJ Tokono. It is so interesting to see that it is Honorable Felix, the spokesperson to the presidency, that always come out to, the lawyer Chris Arthur, it was obvious he was not speaking for the committee. But we say, Obi, does a defendant determine where a case is to be heard? Where did the committee get their copies of the petition? If it's from the president, then same source as hers. What then is the issue? What would have been her take? A defendant addressing the press with a case before her court or committee while hearing is ongoing. Is Article 146 of the Constitution of Ghana not a law? If it is, has it been breached? Does Miracle know the president was drawn into the briefing? Does he expect the president or the committee to respond to issues raised against the president? Nana Yao Sapong, aide to Alan Kwejo Chrematin, and on the way up. Obi, once again, I'll say it plainly, the suspended Chief Justice has shot herself in the foot. By her own actions, she has only reinforced the growing public perception of a loss of trust in the judicial system. Ironically, she herself now appears not to trust the very institution she once led. Okay, I think I've read this already. Paul de Suso Medase. Obi, tell Miracles to stop crying more than the bereaved. This is the creation of the NPP government when they also removed the EC boss and the Auditor General. Their kind is the reason we are here. I don't like what is happening, but in the voice of the late Nana Kwame Ampedu, Kukru Kukru ni Jaya, Keke Kenenso Ebejai, Charles Quatin Edie Enono. Obi, Felix's attempt to respond was not only unfortunate, it failed woefully to address any of the critical issues. Disgracefully, they admit by Honorable Ayaraga's confession that there is something wrong with the process. As I've said before, she may go, but Ghana can never recover from this. Accused persons reserve the right to request change of venue for hearing based on tangible reasons. Obi, how many times have we not pointed to breaches in the application of Article 146? That regulations must guide the conduct and the said committee, and the president should have established prima facie by reasoning, not just a claim. When they have made up their minds and are enjoying the connivance of the bench, they should spare us the vain questions of which law. Dr. James Kwabena Bonfe Edie Enono. Obi, good evening. Please tell Dennis that Ghanaians know the Chief Justice and don't feel bad for her. She talking about petitioners not appearing to testify. Hey, she has suddenly forgotten about the 2020 election petition. This world, karma has its own way. Greetings to Chairman Ali Ejay Ibrahim, Bono Regional Vice Chairman, Francis Ewodoma East, Ediway Abrain. Obi, so apart from the NDC's interest to remove the CJ, the other interest is to take allowance on the committee to remove her. The longer they sit on the matter, Lord have mercy on Ghana. Honorable Protozoa, MP, Suhum constituency. Anyways, Wesa Obi, Honorable Edua Saris' entire narrative border on overwhelming incongruity and tangential. On what basis can he assert Justice Tokono does not enjoy public support? Discerning minds are solidly behind Justice Tokono in her bid to fight against injustice. Kojo Edwasari came to the studio to... Okay, he is suffering from political hallucinations. Ke kusi ejeso besiase. Nedie Aje. Oh, okay. Entiase.
Political hallucination.
Any Ghanaian who fears God, values objectivity, and upholds the truth knows that Chief Justice Tokono has done nothing to warrant her removal. The reality is that John Mahama, His Excellency, simply does not like her. Ironically, the Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, who is also a woman, is firmly backing the move to remove her. This is many ways to kill a cat 2.0. Interesting times ahead. Osei Empretek Swagger. Let his company come and clean my home so I can verify what he's claiming. Samuel Brian Boabin and on the way Abba.
True.
Obi. Felix exposed himself by comparing the former EC chair's case to the CJ's case. They should just come out to say they have sacked her and stop this play. Many ways of killing a cat still fresh on our minds. Nana Amponsa Bediakon. And on the way I pray. Honorable Kojo Bajaman, good evening to you wherever you are, and thanks for doing the listening. Wesa Obi. The CJ gave a background to her concerns about the venue for her hearings, and that is within her right, and that is also against established practice of the judicial service. The reasonable thing would have been to change the venue in order not to give room for the fears she has raised. So what is Honorable Kwachio Fusu talking about? Sheikh Abdul Fattah Twahir Akinyele Ewo Mamobi Accra, and I Twahir 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 Akinyele Edia Odia Bray Enono. Obi, why did she bring in the angle of her late uncle? This really shows her political preference and therefore opens herself up for people to see her having a political agenda in her duty. The Sal case, very, very fresh on our minds. Papa Bisu, Accra. Obi, Miracle loves politics and cannot be real. What is the motive behind the press conference of the suspended Chief Justice? Appeal to emotions? Kings Ewo Accra. Good afternoon, Obi. Why should the laws be changed to please the whims and caprices of the CJ? Is she more human than other judges she removed by the same constitution? She has not removed any judges. That did not happen under her. But I'll say, resorting to the court of public opinion will not win her any sympathy. We cannot have a CJ who abuses her office with impunity, and no matter the noises they make, the law is the law. Obi, I liked it when she said, no one person in Ghana can point to her and say she has even taken a bribe before. Not everybody can say that, including pastors. Nana Ofori or Papa se Odia enono. Obi, good evening. If what the CJ presented are the fact of the petitions against her, then I will not hesitate to say the current Council of State are a bunch of, quote, bombardiers. How could they have established a prima facie with these lame accusations against the CJ? Ghana needs deliverance. Chairman Kobina Wanje Ewatema. And on the way up. Lots and lots of your messages. But was say any other business. Sorry. It may echo. Dennis Miracle Sabuaje Ewaha, Kojo Edwasari, and so Ewaha. We say, Obi, I'm listening to you all the way from Ontario. Please tell the MPP guy he talks too much. Okay. And Obi, Justice Tokono is 63 years old. So please, you and Miracle should do the calculations between the number of years she's been a lawyer and as a judge. I think I'm confused. Prince K, US of A. And the Prince, don't be. She's 63 years. But she's been a lawyer. Because mind you, sir, you are a lawyer before you become a judge. And even when you are a judge, it doesn't take away the fact that you are a lawyer. Because you've still been called to the Ghana bar. You are a lawyer for 38 years. And in 38 years, no, in 21 years, he was a judge. I hope it's clear. And you say 38 plus 21, no. Out of the 38 years, 21 years, means that she served as a lawyer for a little over 10 years. And she's one of the few people who are rising through the ranks, in the judiciary, and free and rise here to the Supreme Court. She's been a judge for 21 years. That's basically it. Syntax tank say OPB atwa and the Ghana hanobenya bi obia ato. Ye over 300 agents nationwide. Ye tank nenso na ye papa obi agi atom. Ye tanka ye wo inner white layer enti ye mu ye fia wo be hu na wapepem kama. Fre 0244 335 168. Now, when you be at a syntax tank, a strong TAF. MNC Logistics and Supply Limited, the Asemde enam say ene we wa business. And I say business na form and I say we shemo kena afi na we start business ne for kra. There is good news for you because our logistics partner of choice is here to supply all your procurement, import and export needs. Say general goods, a product, a equipment be in a we here. On supply ni na at the amount at competitive rates, number 1. Number 2, from across the globe, country beer on befa everywhere they are bro. And number 3, you be science amount timely delivery. New man beba no, a beba time I share was here the bro. And the bigger news crown is all the product will come in very optimal condition. The beba no na ehwen touch maybe call them 0302-255. Okay, the 0302-551 918 0302-551 918. MNC Logistics, guaranteed satisfaction. Kel charcoal toothpaste no unfair bin twitwe wo senda me kamfo e de amount. Ghanaian company na from Samara Company Limited. It's a quality product. I pass it through all the strict hygienic conditions, necessary production protocols. FDA AJ atumni ediaye Kel charcoal toothpaste. Unim di bidie eya etiwenum kama. You know, ye bacteria if you need be any bin ye sa toothpaste into you so amount fresh breath all day long, whiter teeth, it reduces dental plaque, amount healthy and strong gum, it prevents cavity. In the Kel charcoal toothpaste there used to be na emwa we penny we akwala 6 years and above ubetimi e yusu. 0246 864 798. Now no one enkasa. There is a company on my bar omono the omoton generator sets, water pumps, and the mowers. And your mowers nankwa omosan eton plant bigger and smaller planter hotels betime use guest houses, schools, and sorry restaurant betime use. Company needing the Usulas Enterprise. Usulas Enterprise. They sell brands like Cummins, Perkins, Caterpillar, and a Honda genset. And you know, Oma signed a 500-watt solar generator aba, soundproof, and you did it. And in Yusu fuel be a solar 500-watt solid. Almost free installations and deliveries within Accra, and almost with solar panels and so for homes and offices are a ton light out by obitimi a Yusu. Your branches across Accra. Your branch back who are Dragano Bridge near 69 American House. Back also a Champon Junction or Bawaleshi. You'll be a Newtown Junction or Shalibuche, Social Welfare or Medina, and you'll be so a Denta Reeds Junction in Temonshan and so Emayen. Nakope and Neomani be eto. Go TV and so this month of June. Good news for you. You show movies, Papa Mnet Movies 4, Channel 150, Movies be brave. Movies be brave. A blend of action, comedy, and drama. Movies be to say Fast and Furious, Ocean's 8, Bridget Jones's Baby and Fall. You show Shrek movies, Mr. Bean's Holiday. You show Nutty Professor. And there are a lot of movies on Go TV this month of June. And you and the family can enjoy it all from the sofa. And I say on the go, on Go TV Stream. Go TV Stream. All you have to do is to stay connected on *759#. *759#. Go TV. Love it. Omobo ejuma enti ko na onso kopebi na eje. And apart from Go TV, no ebi awono usikasem wasro into you so DSTV. DSTV so ewo good news. Na good news and they said this month of June no say oye DSTV subscriber, there is some amazing news for you. This month of June no ye day April and also movies bebre and a ye ema motimi ashe movies bia wope ubenya bia ashe no so you stay connected on *759#. Na what you so package wope na bibia timi akoye amount. Silver Star Auto Limited. Good news. Benra made it to ya and I'm saying Susubio. The all new Peugeot 5008 Abba. Peugeot 5008. A premium 7-seater SUV that blends space, style, and smart innovation with the Peugeot panoramic eye cockpit. Yes, sign 1.6 turbo engine. Every drive is a first class experience. The all new Peugeot 5008 for business, family, or both. 5008 is built to impress. It is sold and serviced by Silver Star Auto. Frewon. It was 0243 600 664. And as I walk in to their showrooms, na kokoshe Peugeot 5008. Peugeot so don't say it stands for quality. Silver Star Auto on the Graphic Road. And a Silver Star Tariff airport. And no more ebinso tema and a Kumasi. Emubia ukwaka say open the all new Peugeot 5008 7-seater SUV. A brutal in Canada. Silver Star Auto, quality service, our passion. Miracles. Any other business near Sorenko?
Obi, I think my early admonition to Felix, I think he needs to take it. My chance in seminar, and I was also reading on social media. It doesn't look tidy.
Sir,
it doesn't look tidy, Charlie. And we here. On the don't baby on my area on Jama committee, So on Jama committee, do baby cry in this press and all. Can you crack and say petition is on the petition about they don't know their identity. They don't know their identity. But now to
rebut the facts so we NDC for now.
No. But also you have to you ought to know. You ought to know. Until who admit say petition if he
Obi onye Ghanaian.
No, ye Ghanaian. So ye Togolese or ye Beninois or ye Nigerian, does he qualify to even interfere in our country's conversation?
Yeah.
So it was a point he didn't even have to make. You understand what I'm saying? Uncle Kai say if you didn't know their political identity, I understand.
Yes.
And as if they didn't check their political identity, I understand. But I think that you should just leave it to the committee. Because he's trying really hard to, correct the curve near there. May I insist, it's a dangerous course they've taken. And I'm only saying it's not because there's anything wrong with Article 146 or anything to that effect. I'm only saying it based on the premeditation, commentary our mampeni say oba mameno only into me yeduma. Nampani apa oba so we yedin dey obi it's purely political.
Deputy Defense Minister. So
honorable ne ka ho.
Honorable.
It just see our
Deputy Minister.
I honorable say.
I say Baumia Tokonu 2028. We know what's cooking.
Yo. Obi enti nipa na omobeyi no nipa na boja jemfi ene omampeni mahama ebeyi no so as chief justice no ono so obeye Julius Debra ene ono 2028 ana obeye General Mosquito ese nkete ene sa nipa no 2028 ana. I think that we have to be careful. This is the judiciary we are talking about. Any of us could find ourselves in a very bad situation, and if we mess the judiciary up, we are going to be in trouble. There's 7 judges now, and be honorable judge and says 7 judges. I don't believe so because I know them. I listened to their betting, but comments, then they are putting these people in very bad light and putting them in very difficult situation. 1,262 days. Honorable Broja Jemfi may not be a deputy defense minister again. 2 things may happen. He may be a minister. Me kind some me this 1,262 near do 1,261. Broja Jemfi honorable may not in fact I say may not will not in 1,262 days be a defense minister.
May not and I will not.
Will not. And I said that ain't no better now. So we need to grow better. So we could him. It may come on. So I just say may come on. Only say one appointment I mean many Japan because you whom rent here are near the to me akase show. Yes na me many because na me cool no so share. That be a do yes so no me so. Boja Jefimu ye ya. Boja Jefimu ye there. So I just say that's it. Omo honorable does have one face to see there. Eventually, who's a make a massive, who's a man can
as young
I
as
just say, oh yeah, of course. I mean, I was very young and I got the chance to be municipal chief executive. And a second term was from San Minimum.
Yeah.
And basically that's the point I'm making. But you see, Obi, so be to me, San be to me, Mameno, Niama Bakumi, no getting Kitty Penawaka. See, I can't say my committee and Canasemo. Or some of my board TV zone be unhappy. Because me did say some nam ye can a demona musia kukumono. Ubi a tedada. To me and both TV so every to be on your man. They told me
almost a constitutional injunction.
Oh, and
if the Supreme Court has recently
everybody can
point,
you can always weaponize. You can also always weaponize the law.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the law.
Yeah, but I'm saying
the law is the law.
Until I'm saying come to me.
Okay.
They told me Obi. Say Felix can say there's nothing wrong with the venue. Let's just say again, he is not being sensitive to the concerns of the accused. In this case, I like to refer to as a victim. Obi, and I never offer. I didn't go school. You cool no?
Never offer.
Aye, Supreme Court judges here. Justice Aqua. It is recorded. It is in the record. Say was harder him.
If you
yes,
edu law.
Yes. And so if you are sensitive to the person, unkasa.
But honorable say it's a public facility.
Yes, but I'm saying say many of them call one can yasem. I want you to call one can yasem. But look at the circumstances. Obi.
The memories back.
Once we be a chief justice and once we do work in the same room. I say, I don't want to be Obi is a very, very worrying situation. Because petition no kaya sebe entosum, but omampene nya agya tum se onya primary facility. It entosum ba ku say o yentu no because oni ni kunu ne ba etu kwan. E na odi judicial service secretary aye. Na omampene oni sharaf ne we mutu kwan. Wuni ya Supreme Court has the Supreme Court ruled say first lady yentu mo no hoga. Nti omampene ne lodi na mutu kwan ya Her Excellency lodi na mutu kwan ya ye mpa mo omampene. Sharaf mo koba ye nyina ye ya oni papa tu kwan ye. Ye ya to ba ma sharaf.
Kenya ba
Medicasa ye Kenya ba ko bi pe ye hu de bia Medicasa me I don't subscribe to that because I don't know why me hu de ntia mpapa yo mampani no kwa mini nechi e de enko a what kind of frivolity is this kwan dem me di nechi na ye den so I just say enti me hu say ya de bia me nya na kam papa na ye o mampani no what I say o kwa na me di nechi so I don't see anything wrong with it, but if you come and apply such frivolous principle on the Chief Justice, then people will also question this. Say I'm going to say, but also say, case afenyo can they call Supreme Court no. My meaning when ni you say dey case no so kra no. Omo no tena case no no. Judges na Supreme Court judges no tena case no so edi sa asem no. Ba ko so when ni yero. Sa Supreme Court judges no ba ko se mienu et committee is within asem. Ha, asem na ye dey tia no. Ono mi na tena so a no mo ye unanimous o. It is say I don't know you want me to say be musa what na be kana say.
I get you.
Supreme Court judges na omudi sa asem na nipa ne say when di ni ye no. Sa judges ni bi so et committee no so deep maame na asem. What is this? Ba ko so say maame no a transfer why internal transfers of some judicial service staff. Ba ko so say on the case come court bi. E na maame no eji case ni fee sa judge ni sem ko bi foforo. Maame ne say sa judge no kra ma yensa me ko ji fee ni sem o tu kwan. Onya family crisis no o tu kwan if he o man ni mu enunti na mami sane ma we nsam na ni o ebi nka ho Asempa FM nsam na ni miensa o se nan bi pe we nti ene ye se embra ma ho kwan ne ye ni se no say no problem me gidi se metu be defend me ho na mum mesre mo ade na mo membo o TV so no bi anhwe bi mami so obedu a na mo bo ne search te say am roba ye kan mo say oyemu bi enti mo tua na ka enti sa yo yate
me da say honorable yes
obi honorable dem Mr. La we be sure o say ene fache me Saturday ofie market e bazo ofie ma e wa manokrom why o page ne nyadoa fene say catfish bibia amanokrom sambe oku ofie market uba Saturday a bacho wenye bi amanokrom mate
honorable yeti
obi MPP Asemia, I say miracles by I try I say or bed dodgy.
Yeah, dear him.
And you say me.
I'm on flag.
Oh, me for Saturday. You can't say for If I'm home. The for time the moment I'm fire my day.
Mami asem musa oh jai don't come asem na topics are omo bre yen cry yen course back crowds we just by the way na okoye press conference na and
no breaking news.
That's fine. You can't be 5 minutes.
Na MPP dey o person in Simabem and 9.
Omo party who say guba.
MPP.
And can't you see it? Accusations, counter accusations, throwing tantrums, turning procedures upside down. Me last week I said it here. No more, you know. Look, posterity will deal with them all. Because more predecessors. Look at the way they struggled. Kufuomo, 20-something years in exile. I'm saying exile, like in the wilderness. Omabra 2000 and some. Omobenya power. 8 years. Musa Koena 2016 Masamba. Unamwe lusu kakra. Instead of reclining, I'm on share baby mistakes no a free buyer. As a now my ball reporter. Michael Kwe ne yimu koye ye no ya bato enchen baby. And now power play. Who leads MPP seems to have taken the center stage. I think sir, you guys are not handling things well. I said, Sebi, with all due respect, Manonko see someone so. I said, penny in ifi. That is what I feel. I mean, come on, we are political parties and the back government. If there's no political party, I am strong in back government. It's not possible. It won't come. Intino, and yes, me in this Intino. Me man once. Ade unkwana oba enya misime de ka enya mbeka o se o mpesa obeka o party asem na me come asem
na me sorry na me sports for na
Obi I think say Kwabna Japan and co are talking. They should pay attention to them. What I say dia omo ye no enya ne kwan so. No, if you want to bring Dr. Baomi, I have no problem. Do the right thing and bring Dr. Baumia. Nobody has a problem with it. But don't turn the whole thing upside down just because Ono Namufu say at this point in time, Ono na wa spend this car, and why you say. And then you are calling other people to also come and flaunt. Kwabra Jepo say I have the money. Me na me met my mama $6 million. Now mo dey solve my immediate problems and then you chance this year. And a Brian so the out there cheboko. And then me huni way back could be or can be.
Or can pigeon way no yeah you be and so.
What I say? And then last 2 weeks back Queen Subaha Educhum and I was last week.
Yeah, last week.
On also Baha. I mean look, me I've told you, if they really want the best for their party, me nya party ni padie. But amo calm in their party, and they want something that can put them on the tangents of winning elections again. As I say, almost a sound leadership.
Party leader and as a flag bearer.
Starting from the because a leadership from the grassroots.
Okay.
What I say, the friend say now, elections in Kaka, it will vary. A bibe new faces will come in, new energies will also join the leadership. But this party, this current leadership, they lost abysmally 41 or whatever percent.
41.7.
Please, they don't deserve another chance. They don't. If they really think they deserve it, they should go through the mill. Let their people give them the mandate. Nyanka say, oh, we have confidence in this same team that led us into opposition. But to do this, posterity will never forgive them.
There's a humanitarian message we hear.
Humanitarian
message. I say, good morning, sir. Please, I believe you are good. No boniding. One of the teeming unemployed youth who had his appointment revoked by GRA. I say, one, as a selected leader of the GRA revoked appointees, I have called on numerous authorities and leaders to intervene, including the Speaker of Parliament, the Presidency and the Vice President's Office, Gamanche, Otunfo, Chief Imam, Labour Commission, Finance Minister, Labour Ministry, Togbe Afedi, Commissioner General of GRA, etc. through series of humble petitions. Some have responded with little or nothing promising. I will share with you these correspondences if you wish to have them. Respectfully, I'm reaching out on behalf of my affected colleagues and myself to show our gratitude for the attention you gave our revocation or job termination issues on Joy TV, PM Express. As we remain unemployed, our hearts are filled with silent pains and families in depressive agony. It feels like we have no one listening to us or talking for us. But for your advocacy yesterday, we had a glimpse of smile on our WhatsApp group platform. Say, we are grateful and hope to see your other honorable colleagues in Parliament and outside Parliament joining you on this advocacy. For we shall always remember who stood with us in our difficulties as youth. Thank you, Honorable Ewoku. Good morning. And Sambi Ewoku Endra. Obi, asem we the time I say humanitarian is a serious issue. Mr. Say nyame adomo na unya kwanya na yen discuss this issue of termination.
Okay.
Unconscionable. Say obi to me adwuma 2017 2019 na oba abemu 2025 also apamo no obi nya adwuma even 2024 ban a wo sign ya ma no nko ade untumi ansan pamo no biom. People are dying. Over 35,000 young people in this country omodwuma na ban we are terminating. Obi, the young people are going through difficulties. I beg you, when you have time, let's spare a little time to help these young people to just make a case. Let's just give them a voice. Someone to be better now, phone call no one come as someone. Last time, I said me came back on appointment letter. This government needs to pause and stop what they are doing. This is a country that is being run for the future. They need to stop and pause it. They are killing young people and killing innocent people. The
same people.
We live in a crazy world.
Same people.
So be safe out there. Not to you.
4 months ago.
Crazy world. We need your sables. We'll be back tomorrow.